trending it. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been trending. Oh, IPOB trends almost every single day. Without IPOB, there is no conversation in the zoo. That is why even the army spokesperson had to lie against IPOB, turn around their crimes, try to pin it on IPOB. But the world is clever. They must understand that this isn't 1967. They must understand that. So please go on Twitter. I will be tweeting something in honor of the struggles that Idara Gold and the likes of her are going through. The struggle that our leader, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is passing through right now in DSS dungeon. With our leader, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Nigeria government took their terrorism international. They took it internationally, and they do not have any stand. They do not have any way to hide right now. They took it internationally. Therefore, let us go and appreciate their efforts and call on the right establishments, the right government, and make our voices heard. Make our voices heard. I am trying to tweet something, and I want you to comment on it with the hashtag #IdaraGold so I can read out your response and what you are wishing to happen. That DSS release her, that DSS should release them unconditionally, just like they should. Let me also remind you that the United Nations released the report ordering Nigeria government to release our leader Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and by extension, other Biafrans who are languishing in different DSS dungeons. It is their responsibility to ensure freedom of expression. It is the responsibility of the DSS to ensure freedom of expression, freedom of speech. Therefore, they have to free our leader, they have to free Idara Gold, they have to free others. Ikechukwu Henry, Mr. and Mrs. Ife the Sunday, and thousands of other Biafrans who are paying the price languishing in various detention centers. Therefore, let us go on Twitter and do the needful. I will be tweeting very soon, and I will be reading out your comments. I will be reading out your comments, and please do not forget that the hashtag is free Idara Gold, free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and free Biafra. 3 of them, please put them together in the response in the comment box. I will be tweeting that out very soon, and I will be reading comments. I will be back shortly.
What is this crime? I'm guessing figure out an answer. But if it's freedom and they say it's a crime, never mind fighting for it, yeah. I will never bother annihilate. It's gonna lead to my end. Wherever it curls, hit to the core, no matter the curse, yeah. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our freedom fighters worldwide, languishing in prisons and cells for no jails, cats. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our prisoners of conscience. Freedom, oh, freedom for all is what we are asking for, yeah. It's been so long, yet to figure out an answer. A prisoner of conscience, voice to the voiceless, freedom fighter, yeah. He's no her, he's no harassment, no urban bandit. It's time to free him now, free him, yeah. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our freedom fighters worldwide, languishing in prisons and cells for no jails, cats. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our prisoners of conscience. Freedom, oh, freedom for all is what we are asking for, yes. Oh, it's what we're asking for, yes. Freedom, oh, is what we're asking for, yeah. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our prisoners of conscience, yeah. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, conscience, and self, no jails, free Mazi Nnamdi
Thank you very much for being part of this. It is free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, free Idara Gold, free Biafra. Our demand is a referendum. Our demand is that Nigeria should honor its responsibility. It's that Nigeria should do what it's signed to do. The number one responsibility of a country is to ensure the security of its citizens. Therefore, it is very important that Nigeria, even though they have failed woefully, that they start from now to act accordingly and release all of those who are languishing in their prison. I just tweeted, like I said, do not forget to add the hashtag Free Idara Gold, Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and Free Biafra. Let me surf through Twitter and see. Okay, there is this tweet from Emeka Gift. It says, IPOB is calling for UN democratic supervised Biafra referendum. Hence cannot truncate any democratic electoral process. IPOB is non-violent movement that uses logic, dialogue, argument, civil disobedience in propagating Biafra restoration. We shall never engage in violent activities. That is the tweet. That is the tweet. I also have this from Elo Chukwu. It says her name is Idarago. There is a picture of her. She celebrated her birthday wearing Biafra colors. After her birthday, she was tracked by Nigeria Secret Police, DSS in Enugu, and arrested. It is 1 year now, and DSS has not brought her to court. Help save Idara Gold. This is the story of a lot of Biafrans, not just Biafrans, but people who are living in the place called Nigeria. People are abducted every time. Nobody is safe. People are abducted as if their lives do not matter. Don't we matter? Don't we matter? Isn't it time that we bring this nonsense to an end? Isn't it time that we bring this nonsense to an end? Someone responded and said, we are calling for the release of our comrade. Of course, a lot of our comrades are languishing in DSS dungeons. And remember that I read several names here. Several names. And it is very appalling that these are people. These are not just names, because it is very easy to regard the names as just names. These are people. These are people with faces. People with faces. People with families. People with dependents. People who rely. I remember this newspaper publication about this lady from Imo State who was gunned down by Nigeria Security Agency. The only person, her husband passed on, I think, a couple of months before that, and she was taking care of her children and her elderly mother-in-law, and she was gunned down. For what? For no reason. Gunned down by Nigeria security agents. Just like that, wasted life. Nobody is taking care of her children now. Who is taking care of the aged mother? Who? I also remember this this young man at Akwakuma. The wife was, I think the wife was pregnant, The wife was pregnant and she was gunned down. He was gunned down. This guy, he was operating business. What business was he operating again? Yeah, a shawarma business. A shawarma business. And he was gunned down by Nigeria Army. If I start telling you, mentioning names, I cannot stop, honestly. I can't stop. The names are so massive. Now let me take you back to last year when 7,200 penises was found in China. Where are those people? I do not believe those people signed away and said, take my penises. Killed by the same people, the same terrorists. We must put an end to this because if you do not do anything right now, one day it will reach you. It will reach you. Let me quickly read this news that just came in now. I think it's from Vanguard, and it says, Boko Haram banditry may end church in Nigeria. BFN president warns. Well, we have already seen the massacre at Owo, the one that they came into the church and opened fire on people, on the worshippers. We already saw that. It has been happening in the northern part of the country. These terrorists that they opened up the borders for, these terrorists that they went and paid to come into the country, these people that they gave the guns. Because I remember when one of the herders said in one of the videos that our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu IPOB translated, where the guy said, I swear to Allah, we do not know, we did not come in with these guns. He said, cows do not give birth to guns. And he said that the guns was given to them by the same people, by the same people that are making our lives hell and lying to our faces about it. He did say it. That the weapons they use in killing the people, these weapons, the government give them these weapons. They did say. They did say. It is time that we put an end to it. Because even you in the church, you are not safe. I just read something by the national president of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. He just said that this banditry, Boko Haram banditry, may end church in Nigeria. Let me read it a bit. National President, Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, BFN, Bishop Francis Wale Oke, has warned the church in Nigeria not to deviate from the mandate and task before them, saying that losing focus may end in disaster. Okay. I do not know what mandate he is talking about because according to evidence on ground, the church have done nothing so far. Absolutely nothing so far. It will be great if they wake up to their responsibility. It will be awesome if they could wake up to their responsibility. because so far I do not know what their mandate is. Because I know that some of these leaders of the Pentecostal churches in Nigeria, some of their leaders actually came from a background of Islam and converted to Christianity, perhaps because of the money that they make in Christianity, the money they make from owning churches. Who knows? Because they haven't done anything to preempt this dastardly occurrences by Nigeria security apparatus and those that are leading the country invited in. So I want to believe that maybe there is a new mandate that they have been given to. I want to believe that the new mandate is to stand up and speak up. Because I can read here, there is a place where he said, speaking in Ibadan during Sword of the Spirit Ministries, Holy Ghost Convention 2022, Wale Oke cautioned the church to be careful and avoid every temptation that may lead them to cross into the domain of hate and bitterness. Okay. I do not know what this man is really referring to, because I have to see for myself before I will really understand. Because remember the prelate of Methodist Church that was abducted. I remember watching his press release, and he said that he didn't want to die. So he had to pay the ransom and was released. I am glad that at least he came out and spoke and made it clear that the people who abducted him were Fulani herdsmen, terrorists, the Fulani terrorists. He did say that openly. So, and I think I have seen one more comment that he made with regards to that. But I actually expected more. I expected him to take the campaign to the whole world. I believe Methodist is not just in Nigeria. I believe Methodist is, you can find Methodist in different countries, all over the world. Therefore, I expect him and people like him to take this gospel all over the world. And so that Nigeria government will release those that, the innocent people that are languishing in different places, such as Idara Gold. If I start mentioning names of people or stories that you read online every single day, I don't know how to react to it, honestly. I do not know how to react to it. Okay, let me read this further. It says, the future of the church in Nigeria is glorious. Is that so? Listen to this. Boko Haram is no problem. Banditry is no problem. Kidnapping is no problem. They are happening. They are real. But the church has to be careful. Let's not enter into their territory. What is this man really saying? What other territory are you talking about? What other territory are you talking about? You are already in their territory. They are operating in the zoo called Nigeria. They are operating in the zoo called Nigeria. So I am trying to figure out what this man is talking about, because, I mean, you don't want to spread hate and bitterness. But your church members are being abducted and they are living in bitterness. They are living with hate because of what they are being subjected to. What are you really talking about here? Says, let's not reply with hate and bitterness, because that is not our domain. We are in the domain of love. They are in the domain of hate. If we cross over from our domain to their domain, we will lose. That is not our native territory. We are not fitted for it. What I do understand from this guy is that you shouldn't do anything, basically. Is that really what he's saying, that they shouldn't do anything, they shouldn't cross over? Because I do not see self-defense or speaking up for those who are being oppressed as speaking out of hate or bitterness. I do not see speaking out for those who are being raped. Right now, some abducted people are being raped by people that you don't even understand the kind of diseases they have, and you are quiet. How best do you express love than to defend somebody else who cannot offer anything to you? Of course, I know that every Sunday tithe and offering is expected. I do not want to talk about that right now. I really do not want to talk about that. But how best do you express your love? Because so far, I have not seen much love from the so-called body of Christ. I have not seen. You should be able to stand in front and speak out. That is not crossing from love to evil. That is actually showing love. That is the best way to show love, to offer up yourself, to offer up your services to someone who cannot even pay back to you, to someone who has nothing to offer, notwithstanding the danger thereof. That is what love is. Isn't that what the Christ that you are supposed to epitomize did for you? By giving his life. By giving his life. That is what you guys said. There is this, okay, let me just finish this. If we cross into the domain of hate and bitterness, we are like fish out of water. Stay in the domain of love, and we unleash the ability of the King of Glory. What is Boko Haram? Recently, I was praying about this. The rate at which Muslims were getting born again in the 70s and 80s was serious. But since people began to respond in hate, something is happening to that. We must go back to... What is this man talking about? We must go back to our domain. What is this man talking about? Are you for real? And these are the religious leaders you have. These are the people that are making your life a living hell. These people have no commitment to you. They only have commitment to your money. Are you seriously talking about people who crossed over from being Muslim to being Christians? We know that is not even, that doesn't sound true, because in Nigeria we know the moment you speak ill, even a couple of weeks ago, an Igbo man was killed in the north. I think in Sokoto, if I'm not mistaken, because he urinated not far from the mosque and he was killed. And you are telling me you converted them into Christianity? Unless you converted those preachers that moved from there to Christianity and started their own churches. And these are the people who are not speaking up. These are the people who are not taking the campaign internationally. These people have churches in America, they have churches all over the world, but they are just sitting on the money, sitting in the private jets, doing nothing to help save the people. And you are talking about not crossing the domain into the domain of hate and bitterness. What do you know about bitterness and hate? Have you been abducted before? Have you watched your child raped in front of you before? I was watching this video. A woman was talking about how they abducted her and her children. And I think she talked about her daughter being raped. She was raped, actually. She was raped and she was crying and she was talking about it. She left the country because she could afford to. The press release I read I think some time ago says that these women, when they rape them in DSS dungeon and they become pregnant, they make sure they abduct they remove the pregnancy. They force the pregnancy out of them. What do you know about hate? Have you gone through that? Have you watched your wife raped in front of you, or your daughter, or even your son? Because they rape men even. What are you doing about this? What are you doing? And you're talking about not crossing over. You like fish out of water if you exhibit bitterness and hate. Whereas people are dwelling in bitterness and hate. What are you doing to ensure that it doesn't come close to your neighbor? It doesn't come close to your church people? What are you doing about it? You want to stay in the domain of love. You want to really stay in the domain of love. Are you for real? That is a very good idea, honestly. But then you must understand what love is to begin with. You must understand what love is to begin with. Before you talk about staying in the domain of love, you must understand what love is to begin with. And how else do you show love except defending those who cannot defend themselves? Not asking your fellow preachers not to say anything and just remain. And look at this man talking about while you were praying. You were praying while thousands of people are languishing in jail, being raped, undergoing torture. And you are praying. After praying, you wake up and take offering. Wale Oke, who is the president and founder of Sword of the Spirit Ministries, said that the encounter of all the apostolic fathers in the Pentecostal churches with the professor of church growth, Peter Wagner, I think about 12 years ago, there are witnesses here. An outstanding man of God, Professor Peter Wagner, traveled down to Nigeria shortly before he died and called a meeting of apostolic leadership in Nigeria. Okay, I'm trying to really understand the essence of this conversation, because there is basically nothing that you guys have done so far, and I expect anything coming out from you guys to be how to unite and fight this ill that is ravaging the people. That is my expectation. Let me go to Twitter one more time. My Twitter handle is Sochima Mbanali. And I want to read this tweet from Mesoma Chukwu Biafran Blood. And it says, "It is criminal for Nigeria DSS to kidnap an innocent girl from her home, refuse to bring her to court, and deny her access to her family and a lawyer for over 10 months now. Idara is not a criminal. Nigeria DSS is." And she tagged people like Amnesty, Nigeria Amnesty, UN, and UN Human Rights. I hope that something will be done as soon as possible. I hope that something will be done to release her and others like her. And there is this, of course, post that says, "I am a Biafran. Who are you?" If you are a Biafran, stand up and defend your own people. Stand up and defend your own people. It is time to stand up and defend your own people. I am still going on Twitter. I am still going through Twitter. Yeah, well, I will be right back. Let me take a little bit of a break. I will be right back. And when I come back, I will open up the lines, because I am sure a lot of people who want to call in, I will open up the line just for, I think, 30 minutes, and then we'll call it a day.
What is this crime? And yes, if you go out and answer. But if it's freedom and they say it's a crime, never mind fighting for it, yeah. I will never bath an eyelid. It's gonna lead to my end. Wherever it curls, hit to the curl, no matter the curls, yeah. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our freedom fighters worldwide, languishing in prisons and cells for no jails cast. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our prisoners of conscience. Freedom, oh, freedom for all is what we are asking for, yeah. It's been so long, but yet to figure out an answer. A prisoner of conscience, voice to the voiceless, freedom fighter, yeah. He's not her, he's not harassment, not a bandit. It's time to free him now, free him, yeah. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our freedom fighters worldwide, languishing in prisons and cells for no jails cast. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our prisoners of conscience. Freedom, oh, freedom for all is what we are asking for, yes. Oh, it's what we're asking for, yes. Freedom, oh, is what we're asking for, yeah. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our prisoners of conscience, yeah.
Thank you for being part of this broadcast this evening. The number to call is +27 78 064 5457. Can call me on WhatsApp and I will let you. I will bring you to the world. The number is +27 78 064 5457. You know, yesterday, okay, before I talk about yesterday, let me just read some other tweets. This one is from Mosita Dimma. It says, on this day, Tuesday, 6th September 2022, we will campaign to free Idarago, a victim of enforced disappearances carried out by Nigeria State Militia and other security agencies. Now you have to follow each other on Twitter. We have to follow each other on Twitter. That is the only way that we will be able to propagate this gospel properly. This other one is from someone, Uriako. It says, self-determination denotes the legal rights of people to decide their own destiny in the international order. Self-determination is a core principle of international law. Free Idarago now. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and free Biafra. I see a whole lot of people tweeting Idarago, tweeting hashtag free Idarago. And if you do not have a Twitter account and you want to be part of this awesome message that is the spread of gospel on Twitter, please go to twitter.com and you will find a place written create new account or something like that. Sign up and then you can put in your details. Once you have created it, search for Radio Biafra. Search for Radio Biafra, search for University of Radio Biafra, and I am Sochima Mbanali on Twitter, and there are lots of Biafrans on Twitter. Do not forget to follow our leader Onyenduma Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on Twitter as well. Follow the DOS on Twitter. We have members of DOS on Twitter like Mazi Chike Doziem. We have Mazi China Sanworu and a whole lot of them on Twitter. So ensure that you join us on Twitter to propagate this gospel. There is this other tweet from OKK, someone OKK, with a picture of Idara Gold, and it says her name is Idara Gold. She celebrated her birthday wearing Biafra colors. After the birthday, she was tracked by Nigeria's secret police in Enugu and arrested. It is 1 year now, and DSS has not brought her to court. Help save Idara Gold. Anywhere you are listening to me from, it is important that we retweet and make sure that the world hears our cry. It is important that we understand that freedom is very important, very sacrosanct. There is nothing as important as freedom. Nothing as important as freedom. We must do whatever we can to ensure the freedom of our people, the freedom of our nation, our great nation Biafra, the freedom of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. There is this other tweet from Chukwuemeka. It says, free our sister and other self-determination activists. Self-determination is our inalienable rights. With a picture of Idara Gold. Of course, these all have pictures of Idara Gold. And Sahara reporters did, they wrote something on Idara Gold. Let me read it out here. It says, outrage as 20-year-old Idara Gold arrested by Nigeria's secret police, DSS, for wearing Biafra themed outfit spends. Excuse me. I have a caller on the phone, but caller, just bear with me. Let me read this out. Please bear with me. Outrage as 20-year-old Idara Gold arrested by Nigeria's secret police, DSS, for wearing Biafra themed outfit spends 10 months in detention without access to family lawyer. That is from Sahara Gold, Sahara Reporters. I will come back to it later. Caller on the line, can you hear me? Your name and where you are calling from? Ndewo, nwanne mmadụ, daalụ sir. Welcome.
My name is Simon Ayamugo. I'm very experienced now, but I am from Umaka in Olo, in the name of Biafra land, but I'm here. People can be a make a cross. I can remember all over the world. To take our able leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, guide him, be with him. Sooner or later, we'll be out. There's nothing the enemy can do to him.
Yes, sir.
We will go on here. What to send that?
Oh, it's all day.
Soon he will be out. Soon he will roar again.
Yes, sir.
There's nothing the enemy will do. The mighty name of Chukwuemeka, until he completes his mission. To protect his family, protect the siblings, protect the immediate family of him and his children. We had the voice of the Lord. He will protect and guide them. He will be back and meet them in peace. At last, victory will be ours. The mighty name of Chukwuemeka.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mazi, this your line. I think we will start publishing this your line in different other things because it's like, this it's like people don't know that you're live. So, but let me go straight to the point because what is happening now and what's going on in Biafra land and why we are here, we're gonna get back to you. But sometimes we replay the message of our data. All these things have been outlined, and when the time will come, We'll be doing what we'll be doing how we can, but no stone should be remain untouched because we must be vigilant. We must be vigilant. Now, election is coming on. Will be collected, and all these things. But those decisions you choose today, we shall see them no more.
Yes, sir.
If Obi rule, fine. But let him not use what he's doing to come and spoil what we are doing, because we have been eating before party starts. We have been asking for our freedom before Obi even dreamed to be candidate. Even 2007, when they were trying to join him him and Bruce, we say we don't want presidency. We don't want Igbo president. I made this thing clear in Belgium. I made this thing clear in Vienna. Most of them, they know. We want total freedom. They gave us different options. I was in a meeting in some place, in a place. They even give us options to be like Hero. We say no. We want freedom, total out, not president. But let them continue to be doing what they are doing. But nobody can derail the agenda of total freedom. That's why all of us came here. That was the mission. And the mission must be accomplished. We are just following it legally, how the international community made it to be. That's why they have tried to label us, call us bad name, anything they can call us. But our hands are clean. They are killing us, but they are using hammer to sledge us. We are watching. We have let them know, we have made our agenda to know. Britain demanded during the time administration of Trump, British government demanded another 8 days of Nigeria. With the pressure of IPOB, they can never sustain it. We want out, and we have to be out when we are alive, not when they slaughter all of us. Mazi, thank you for giving me this opportunity. We must be focused, be vigilant. Our brothers, our intellectuals who know how to help, come out. Because soon, the history may miss you. Oh, Biafra, sign off from here.
Dalunwa Chineke, all hail Biafra. Biafra, we healthy. Of course, the caller made a very valid point. We are not interested in presidency or whatever they call it. That is not. We are not interested. Let me just put it that way simply. We are not interested. We followed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because we want Biafra. And Biafra we must get. There is no in-between. There is no middle ways about it. The fact is what we are doing is lawful. What we are doing is our right. And it is actually Nigeria government that is breaking human rights, that is destroying what they should actually build. They are destroying the country, and we are in good standing. That is all I can say. And the issue of Obi and all of that is not. It is not our issue. We are not concerned with that. That is very irrelevant to what we are doing. That is very irrelevant to what we are doing. Our destination is Biafra. There is no going backwards or something else. There is no diversion. It's like when you are in a plane and if the destination is so and so place, sometimes when there is problem, you find out that the airplane, the pilots, they decide, oh, let's stop over at this. We are not like that. Our destination is Biafra. There is nothing like, oh, let's stop over at this place. No. Total freedom is our ultimate goal. The freedom of our people, the freedom of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the freedom of everybody trapped in that zoological republic. And how best do we express or show that Nigeria is democratic, other than by giving the people the right to express what democracy says it is, which is government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Therefore, give the people the opportunity to legitimize this government. Or then you just break it up, because there is no legitimacy. Nigeria doesn't have any legitimacy, to be honest. There is nothing legitimate about it. To begin with, I don't know who even brought the amalgamation. People were forced into a place, a society. It is not legitimate. Okay, let me continue with this post from Sahara Reporters. It says, outrage has continued to trail the detention of activist Idara Godwin, popularly known as Idara Gold, by the Nigerian Secret Police Department of State Services, DSS. Idara Gold has been detained for 10 months without trial after she was arrested for wearing a Biafra-themed outfit. Sahara Reporters earlier reported that Idara Gold, a 20-year-old activist from Akwa Ibom State, was unlawfully arrested and detained in Enugu by the DSS. Her crime was wearing a Biafra-themed outfit, it was learned. According to reports, she was accosted by the police on November 8, 2021 in Enugu. The policemen were said to have browsed through her phone when they saw a picture she had posted online wearing a Biafran attire to celebrate her 20th birthday. She was arrested and handed over to DSS in Enugu, from where she was transferred to DSS headquarters, Abuja. Since November 8, 2021 to this day, the DSS has denied her access to her lawyer, family and friends, and have not charged her with any offense, a human rights activist, Osimon Dugu, told Sahara Reporters. Ugu stated that when her family approached an Abuja High Court seeking enforcement of her fundamental rights, DSS filed an affidavit claiming that they have concluded their investigation into the matter in January 2022. In the affidavit obtained by Sahara Reporters, the DSS told the court that it had transferred her to a military barracks in Kainji, Niger State, in February, and her case file had been transferred to the Federal Ministry of Justice. Meanwhile, Nigerian activists and some Twitter users have condemned the enforced disappearance of Nigerians and the high level of extrajudicial killings being carried out by Nigerian security agencies, especially the DSS, Nigerian military, and police in southern Nigeria. Okay, so I will stop this here because it is a very long post. It says here a Twitter user who shared details of how Idara Gold was arrested and her subsequent enforced disappearance lamented that there is no freedom in Nigeria under President Muhammadu Buhari's regime. No, there is no freedom in Nigeria in whoever's regime. You are right, there is no freedom in Nigeria. That is what the reason why we are asking for a referendum. And Idara Gold must be released, just like several other Biafrans languishing in various DSS detention centers. The number to call in is +27 78 064 5457. You can call me on WhatsApp or direct call. The number to call is +27 78 0645457. Let me go back to Twitter because today is Twitter Tuesday. Let me go back to Twitter and see what our people are saying. Okay, this is from someone Wosu, and it says, let the world ask the Nigerian government to free this young innocent girl. Her choice of colors shouldn't be an offense to anyone. Free Idara Gold now, of course. Her choice of clothing shouldn't be a problem. It shouldn't be of concern to the Nigerian government. We operate in like the writer that I read from Sarah Reporter said, Nigeria, there is no freedom, it is lawlessness, it is chaos. And someone of former wrote, get ready, our Twitter Tuesday is for Idara Gold, who was kidnapped by Nigeria DSS and denied everyone access to see her. We shall present Idara Gold's case to the world and people of good conscience. Idara was abducted for celebrating her birthday with Biafra dress. Just because she celebrated her birthday with Idara, with Biafra dress, they condemned her to prison. That is not the country I want to be part of. That is not somewhere I want to be part of. And there is this tweet from Isaiah Uba. It says, Twitter Tuesday is here for IPOB. Remember Nigeria military brutalities and soldiers. Remember Nigeria military brutalities and soldiers. Killings of unarmed innocent Biafran youths this week. Okay. Of course, we must remember those that that died in the course of this struggle in the hands of Nigeria security operatives. This is not. There is nothing democratic about Nigeria. There's this other post by someone, Son of Love. Says Idara Gold is a young woman who was kidnapped by the DSS, thereby trampling on her rights. Idara Gold has not been presented to any court to justify the reason of her arrest or pin her down for any crime. Her lawyers has not been allowed to see her either since almost a year. Of course. The lawlessness of the DSS and other security agencies in Nigeria is just mind-boggling, honestly. It reminds me of what we spoke about yesterday, what we discussed yesterday about civilization. And remember, I gave an example of the politician who met this other person, this guy that that introduced himself as a Nigerian. And as soon as the man asked him, what do you want? And the guy said, I do not want anything from you. The guy, the politician became offended and started attacking him. Very, very crazy. This is Nigeria. Hello, caller, can you hear me? Your name and where you calling from?
Yes, Mazi. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you very much for calling in.
Yes, thank you very much, Good evening, baby, friends all over the world. My name remains Mazi Wisdom. Mazi Wisdom is from Ohaji, Ebema. And Ohaji Ebema is in Imo province, Biafra land. I'm calling this even to, make some comment based on your analysis. Mostly the press release which you read that stated that the terrorist Nigeria government use Igbo people for all their persons in all the armed forces. And the reason why they do that is to blackmail is to encounter when they are doing, they say they do not. Like the spokesperson in DSS, DSS are responsible for all the disappearance in the whole of Biafra land and in the zoo called Nigeria. And an Igbo man, which supposed to know better, is the one coming out to say that DSS are not kidnapping, that DSS are not, they are not involved in disappearance of his own people. A man that's supposed to know better, and the family of this man is in Biafra land. And also even the outgoing son, the Mba, which is the police spokesperson, that they know all the disappearance of IPOB, the killing of Biafrans, right from century to today. The killing of Biafra do not even started since Mazi and Kanu came on board. The killing of Biafra has been from the day that Nigeria were created to today. They are killing Biafrans on just cause, without anything. They are just, exterminating us in the name that we are fighting for Biafra. But these people have been killing us before we start fighting for Biafra. Even before Ojukwu, came out to defend the land of Biafra land. These people have been killing us. An Igbo man is defending Fulani people, saying they are not the people. Then I want to ask this stupid man in DSS, that is the spokesperson of DSS, if DSS are not the ones, making people to disappear, who are the people doing it? Who are the people killing Biafrans? If it's not DSS, if it's not Nigeria Army and Nigeria Police, look at all the names that you call this night, who are involved. We know that terrorists have already taken over Nigeria Police and Nigeria Army and all the forces, all the apparatus of the forces. We know the terrorists have been taken over, but that stupid man should not come here to defend them, because they are the one kidnapping. And we want to assure them, like the press release started, when the Nigeria government will start paying for all Biafrans they are killing, for all the disappearance of our people, all the Igbo spokespersons must also pay for what they did to us. All the Igbo politicians, as we be hunting the politicians, the saboteurs down. All the people working in Nigeria, military apparatus, they will also be hunted down. I'm telling you the truth. We can never forgive. In IPOB, we don't forget. If the Igbo organization can forget, IPOB under the leadership of Mazi and Kanu, we don't forget. Whatever thing you did to us, we put it in a record. Maybe you might think that we don't forget. And all the people that you are killing, all the people you are putting in the prison that do not commit any crime, you people must pay for all of them. Nigeria government must pay. Britain must pay for Biafras, which they have killed for centuries. They must give account of them. Look at how terrorists are moving freely in the north. Terrorists are the one collecting tax in the north. The Nigeria police, Nigeria army don't arrest them. The Nigeria DSS don't arrest the terrorists walking freely in the northern part of Nigeria. They are the one collecting tax. They are the ones stopping those doing the election. But come to the south, come to Biafra land, they are the one killing us. We want to assure them that they will kill us. But one thing is certain, we can never stop asking for freedom of Biafra. Biafra must be restored, whether they like it or not. Biafra must be restored, and all the atrocity of Nigeria, we must hold them responsible. Mas, thank you. I'm angry as you are reading. Look at Idara Gold. We don't know what they are doing to her, whether they are raping the girl every day, because that is what they do. Nigeria military, they will arrest our girls, they will start raping them, they will pregnant them, and they will go and do abortion. And we don't know what they're doing to Idara Gold, but our chance as a government, Nigeria government, and all the Nigeria military apparatus, they must hear from us. Thank you, Mechuko. God bless you. I sign off from here. Thank you, sir.
Hello, thank you very much for the call. I did feel his pain, just like every sensible person. I am sure Biafrans they are pained. How do you go around abducting people for no just cause? And you claim to be supposed to be guiding the people. These are people you are supposed to protect, and you just abduct them at will. torture them, subject them to torture, and rape most of them. At the same time, you are asking that we continue in Nigeria. It is not possible. Yes, it is true that the abductions, the killings of Biafrans did not start today. It is true. It has been in effect since Nigeria, since before Nigeria became, since the amalgamation, even before the amalgamation. The attack on Biafrans didn't start today, which reminds me of this video I saw. A video I saw, I think that was yesterday when I watched the video. I almost cried. I almost cried. Why did I feel that emotional? Remember the ban on Fulani cow meat. This is the reason why every time that I come online, I try to remind our people about it and encourage our people to get involved in it. I saw this video where a Fulani man, I think, was caught with a body of a human body, actually, a human body, and the person was going to probably do suya, you know, suya with it. This is, they kill your own people and they give you the same person to eat. What kind of wickedness is this? What sort of wickedness is this? Is this not the height of wickedness? Can there be any other hell fire greater than Nigeria? Is there any hellfire even out of this earth that they came and talked to and spoke to us about and said, yes, heaven and hell and all of that? The hell that I know of is Nigeria. Nigeria. And this is why I want to urge every Biafran to please get involved in in producing more efibo, our cow meat. The meat that was confiscated from this man is that of a human body that was going to be used for suya. Who are they preparing it for? Biafrans. So they kill you and feed you with your own body. Very demonic. But the fact is that we can do without these people who sell suya along the road. They are even unhygienic to begin with. I am sure these people who sell suya actually encourage the sales of Fulani cow meat. They remember the cow that they sleep with, they have sex with, and then they sell to us. If these people can kill and use the person they killed for suya, then I am sure they encourage the sales of Fulani cow meat in our land. We can do without them. We can do without them. And it is very good that the video came out so that we understand that the sources of our problem we have, it's just multidimensional. There are so many, we have a lot of problems. And these people selling suya, they must be checked. They must be checked because they encourage the Fulani cow meat in our land, and they imagine the death that came as a result of that. Hello, caller, can you hear me? Your name and where you calling from? Hello, caller.
Good evening. How are you?
I am fine. Thank you.
Yeah, my name. Thank you very much. My name is Chukwu Emmanuel. I'm speaking from my location. I greet you once again for your topic this evening. I greet my leader, our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who set up this platform to educate the foolish ones in Nigeria. Mostly the Igbo Nigerians who have no sense of reason up to this moment. I want to go straight to the so-called Pentecostal church, or whatever they call themselves, and their statement, as you read it this evening. You have seen what Nigeria is all about, what Christianity is all about, even the Muslim side. Everything in religion in Nigeria is fake and false. This person that you read what he said, Nigeria likes to occupy a position as a chairman or a president. That is the work of Nigeria. And that post is where he is to make money for himself and his family. He don't care what happened to those that is claimed that is leading. For example, Christianity have Kanu in Nigeria, Christian Association. Where do you find the man that is the president of Kanu in Nigeria is Thompson Ajekule Obama. He was occupied just to make money for himself. If you trace the lineage of that very fool, you will see him as a Muslim, claiming to be a Christian, because they know that money, tithe and offering, is in the Christian. But if you get inside the Christian, who are the majority? Igbo people, Igbo fools, who they are deceiving that they are going to heaven. They don't know where they are going. Look at all the time our leader has spent to educate Igbo fools, and many of them up to today are still attacking somebody who
Hello, can you hear me? Sorry, I do not think he can hear me. Hello?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
So, what we have problem is Igbo people. Igbo and Nigeria have no sense of reason. They are shameless people. They have no shame. Look at what what I call her? What do I call this? Chinedu wife. Look at what this woman said to Igbos. Do we have Ohaneze indeed? What is their work? Do we have Igbo Eda? What is their work? These people who don't remember their own, all these shameless we are seeing in Nigeria is because Igbo has no leader, except IPOB, except Nnamdi Kanu. Igbo is a lost tribe already, completely lost tribe. Without Nnamdi Kanu, Igbo has been a people that will be shamed all over the whole world. No matter how much money you say you have, no matter how many 5-story you give, no matter whatever you have, you are nothing. If you have no freedom, the millions you have is nonsense. When you come to Igbo Nigeria, they start to talk about they build Lagos, they build Abuja, they build that thing is nonsense. Your enemy can destroy it within a second and you do nothing. You can see what is going on in Lagos. People's shops were destroyed. You cry, nobody will hear you. because you are Igbos who have no sense of reason. If you have sense of reason, those money, you're supposed to use it and to support their freedom by supporting IPOB to make sure Nigeria is destroyed. The first election conducted in Nigeria was 1959. And that election, Azikiwe won election in the West. And the Yoruba does not allow you to rule them. That was where the Nigeria trouble started. Till today, how many years? And somebody, Igbo man, like Peter Obi, is coming out to disgrace himself that is going to bring Nigeria together or repair Nigeria. So something even angel from heaven cannot even do. That is what Peter Obi is trying to do. Peter Obi, have you reached like Agui Ronsi? You doesn't reach even 1/4 of Agui Ronsi Nigeria killed, and nobody asks of him till today. You are wasting your time. You are a slave. It is very bad when somebody says what somebody is a slave and they don't know that.
Hello, caller. Are you still there? I am having problems with your network. Can you hear me? Biafra, we hail thee. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honestly, it is very shameful to be able to come on the internet and find what the wife of Tinubu said. And then for me to wake up and find out that Igbos, should I say Biafrans, who are making their lives, who are making their living from Lagos by having shops and making sales in Lagos, that their shops were demolished. They were demolished. And what do you have to say about that? What do you, one Nigerian, have to say about that? What did Peter Obi say about that? It is time that we all support the restoration of Biafra. With whatever you have, do not look at your priest. Do not look at your daddy GO, because these people they have much to lose when they feel like they have much to lose when Biafra comes. That is why they need you to be ignorant and depressed, and they need you to always be poor, so that you will always come and pray for yourself, for your children, basically pray for everything that the government is supposed to do for you. But we know that is not necessarily true, because we are naturally spiritual people. So even when Biafra comes, people will still like to exercise their faith. And with the exercise of faith, you understand that people will still contribute financially towards their faith or their belief. So you understand that the Nigerian problem is doesn't just affect you. Even these pastors, they are being affected by it. They do not reason properly. They cannot reason properly. I want to make an announcement that today, soldiers from 29 Battalion raided the Bilie community in Degema local government area of Rivers State. And so many casualties. By the time, today actually, these people raided this community. Just not long after the army spokesperson said the nonsense that he said. You know, they went ahead and raided a community. That is very, very terrible. That is very, very terrible. Like I said earlier on, Nigeria is dragging not only Africa but the world back. And for Africa, for the world to develop like the 21st century it should, something must be done about Nigeria. This man said IPOB is trying to destabilize Nigeria. Nigeria is already destabilized. A country that operates on, you don't even know what they are operating on, if they are operating on a secular or Islam. A country that it has no bearing. Some people out up there in the north are practicing Sharia. Some other people are practicing just the secular law. They already succeeded actually. They already succeeded because you are not practicing the same law with them. So how can you actually talk about Nigeria as one? So there is no Nigeria. They already destabilized Nigeria. What we are asking for, our demand, is that people should be given the right to decide for themselves, that people should be given the right to fix their own problem, to fix the problem of Nigeria. So I believe that to enter into the next level of civilization, there is a great need to collapse the zoo. This is because human society cannot thrive or advance where there is terrorism, where someone like a Daragold is languishing in jail, where our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was abducted from Kenya, where a country like Nigeria and USA are threatening IPOB members. It's that is not. It shouldn't be in this 21st century. It shouldn't be. You know. We are still talking about, yesterday we spoke about civilization, which according to Wikipedia, let me refresh our memories. I'll still go back to Twitter shortly to read out comments on Idaragold and those who are languishing in DSS dungeon. But yesterday we spoke about civilization, which according to Wikipedia is any complex society characterized by the development of a political state, social stratification, urbanization, and symbolic systems of communication beyond natural spoken language. And we also talked about organizing people to form a society as a very difficult task. I gave example of what IPOB is going through, what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is going through, because it is very hard to illuminate a mind, and especially a black person who would say to you, I know I might be wrong, but I do not want to be right. I am not ready to be right. So it is a very tedious task to enlighten somebody. So as to be able to build a society united by purpose, which is the foundation of enlightenment. We also say that as soon as the society has been founded, the next thing to do is to ensure its development, so as to be able to meet the needs of the members of the community today and for tomorrow. Because you do not just plan for today as a country or as a society. You must plan for today and tomorrow as well. That is why you educate your children, who you call the future generation, so that they can be able to meet the needs of tomorrow. And you can find that Nigeria is lacking. How many months now the schools are shut down? And the government would rather spend over 1.2 billion in buying cars for people who helped them to murder Biafrans in the 1967 to 1970. They spent over 1.2 billion paying them for helping them murder their own people they call their own citizens. Now that is a country that is talking about election instead of referendum. That is not a country that should be allowed, to go on, because it is simply dragging down Africa and the world. I must say that I understand, like the last caller, talked about Biafrans and some of them very ignorant. It is, I do understand that. I do understand that our people, we have a part to play, a very serious part to play. But I also understand that it is not entirely the fault of those who are found in Nigeria, because according to what I said earlier on, building of a society needs an enlightened mind, who in turn transfers this enlightenment or information to others who are operating from basically the same geographical location. You understand? And this information transferred between people is the basis upon which this new society is built. But the reason why I said I do not really blame the people in Nigeria entirely is because you cannot, like Mazi Aloy Ejimako, barrister Aloy Ejimako once said, you cannot build something on nothing. You know, that is not possible. Nigeria lacks development or civilization. It's not entirely the fault of those who found themselves trapped in this geographical location. Because even though Nigeria have a responsibility, Nigerians, you have a responsibility towards your own civilization, of course. You have a part to play. You have some form of blame that should be apportioned to you. But I believe that at the same time, you are burdened by the foundation upon which Nigeria is built on. The responsibility of how do I put it? The problem is Nigeria itself. The foundation, the wrong foundation upon which it was built. And it is on the same foundation that it is that it has been able to make its progress. Of course, I do not see, I'm not talking about progress as really something meaningful, but maybe let me use it as the passage of time. I think for better understanding, let me use the word the passage of time. It is on the same foundation, this wrong foundation, that we have been able to spend over 100 years. Over 100 years. This responsibility was enforced by those who created it and gave some people the responsibility to ensure and to enforce strict adherence to this deviance, because this is not a norm. It is not how a society should be structured. People are campaigning for the release of their people extraordinarily rendition, kidnapped, and the government basically would come out to say, yes, we did this, but I mean, no explanation any whatsoever. Basically, they do not think that they are supposed to be held accountable by the people who they govern. It must be stated that the people who created Nigeria created it without the consent of those who live in this geographical location. That is why there is no shared or common purpose by those who live in it. There is no common purpose. The same reason why the wife of Tinubu would come out and try to use the lack of cohesion, ethnic cohesion, to bring sort of disunity and ensure that people are on each other's throat, just because they want to destroy the little unity that people have. Of course, some people unite especially when they are going through similar issues, like the problem in Nigeria, the hunger in Nigeria. The Nigerian problem is enough to bind youths together, notwithstanding your religion, notwithstanding your tribe. That is exactly what this woman tried to destroy. That is what she tried to destroy. And they are doing a good job demolishing properties owned by Biafrans. I think it is time for Biafrans to understand that you understand. The most important thing is for you to be alive. All of those, the properties and all of that, they do not mean nothing. When Biafra comes, you can get all of those back. I have said it here before. When Biafra comes, all of those you can get back. The most important thing is for you to do what you have to do to ensure the realization of this project. For you to be involved in whatever capacity you can. If you can, whatever contribution you can make towards the struggle, the ESN, they are there ensuring that our land is protected. Today, a lot of people, we've been on Twitter, tweeting, trying to gain attention in order to ensure that even your own brother, your own sister, who is in the DSS dungeon is released. So I think let us forget about all this money and go home. Let us forget about business, ndiafia. Forget about all these things and go home. Go and fix your land first. Go and fix your land first. It is very important. If not, very soon they might succeed with their bigotry, and the next thing, your life will be at risk. I was listening to Mazi Lois, and he was talking about the massacre of our people in Lagos. When they come and they say to you, Toro, and if you respond as an Igbo person, they kill you. You know, what is the difference between now and then, 1966? What is the difference? Do you think they cannot wake up and do that again? By the time the information gets out there, do you know at least it might even be you that will lose your life? It might be your brother, your sister that will lose his life. So I beg you to understand that these are nothing compared to freedom, and that you must do whatever you can to contribute to this, the progress of this project. I want to go on a short break. When I come back, I will read a few more from Twitter, and then we will call it a day.
To rubbish Zeke. I remember Okadibo in MPN calling Zeke a mosquito, or the rant of a mosquito, whatever. The same people killed Chuba Okadibo. A very brilliant mind, once again. More recently, they now use the same criminals, now clamoring for Igbo presidency. You see them now, Igbo presidency, Igbo presidency. You think they have something upstairs? They have nothing upstairs. All of them. Omahi wants Igbo. Omahi, yes, you want Igbo presidency? Oh, Ocho-Sokalo, you want Igbo presidency? Oh, maybe even Nwobodo, you want Igbo presidency? Yes. Now let me ask you a question. When Ekwueme came out to contest in 1999 Igbo presidency, what did he do in Jos, Ocho-Sokalo? You betrayed Ekwueme. You voted for Obasanjo. Jos PDP convention in 1999. So that time, Igbo presidency wasn't good, or wasn't good enough. It's now that you want it, yes? And now let us go to Dave Umahi. Your own brother Peter Obi, who contested with Atiku under your own political party. You were in PDP, but you delivered the Ebonyi State to APC against your own brother. Now you want to contest because you felt that should Peter Obi go and succeed and become VP to Atiku, after 8 years or thereabout, or after 4 years, Peter Obi will naturally succeed and become the president of the zoo, thereby spoiling your own chances. What did you do? What did you do, I ask? You campaigned against your own brother, against your own fellow Igbo brother. Now you're talking about Igbo presidency. I just want to prove to the world that these people are just criminals, a gang of thieves, all of them. After campaigning against Ekwueme, all of them, do you know that the entire PDP caucus from the East never voted for Ekwueme? So they were asking themselves, how come your own brothers don't want to vote for you? Or Joseph Carlo was there. Some people are championing, he should be the president. But Ekwueme served Shagari very well. Never stole a dime. In fact, bankrolled MPN. He was a multi-millionaire and is very successful architect in the USA before he came back. Very wealthy man. Ekwueme. Ojus Okalo, did you vote for Ekwueme in 1999? Now that you're campaigning for Igbo presidency, was Ekwueme running for Igbo presidency? Igbo presidency is our turn. When your brother Peter Obi was campaigning, did you campaign for him? Did you vote for him? Despite the fact that he is your brother in the same political party. That is why all this your nonsensical Igbo presidency is dead on arrival. When we were doing Biafra, did you support anybody? Instead, you call the army to come and kill us. And now you want us, you want to go to Abuja. You send their force now, they'll bring they'll bomb everybody to death. They are Igbo presidency, useless set of idiots, traitors and betrayers. Jim Wobodo, in 1999 in Jos, you were speaking Hausa against your own brother, Kwem. You are speaking Hausa. In Jos in 1999, you campaigned against your brother. Now you are talking about Igbo presidency. Dear me. Igbo presidency, there, useless people. There is something I want to tell all of you. We hope, pray, and know that Biafra will come, or the zoo will be destroyed before 2023. Of course, everybody knows that. It's given. COVID-19 saved them last year. It won't save them again. This year, the vaccine is out. Instead of an Igbo man to be the president, or Yoruba for that matter, let Fulani continue. It is called Mirina Mohu Onamana Yupu. Since you people prefer to be slaves, because if we allow any of you idiots to enter into Asarok, after about 4 or 5 years or 6, Fulani will take it back for eternity. You would have benefited from your own wickedness and evil. So you know what is going to happen? If Fulani are smart enough, they should continue. Everyone saw what happened all over the world. Rigging of election these days is just is given. It is no longer a big deal. As long as you're proclaimed the winner, that's it. If Fulani are very smart, they will continue in office. They will continue in the zoo, in their zoo. Of course, we are leaving. We're not going to stay there. That is why you don't want to support Biafra. Because of presidency. So you and your friends can now be eating money. You buy your own houses in Dubai. You want to be like Atiku. You want to be like, your wife want to be like, what's her name? Aisha. Flying private jet to Dubai for shopping. Meanwhile, we are dying. We want people to understand this. DSS especially, no matter how many groups, fake groups you create, because every day you create a fake group. Igbo, Ohanese, Igbo in the diaspora, including men and women and children.
All right, thank you, great Biafrans, lovers of freedom. Like I said, I'll just read out a few tweets and we'll call it a day. There is a tweet, a response to my tweet, and it says the Nigeria government are just being so wicked. It's from someone, this name is something humble, yeah. The Nigerian government are just being so wicked and heartless. Sadly, other continents can see how heartless these people are, but they won't talk. We the Igbos very know that there is nothing like one Nigeria anymore. But there is nothing. He said here, only God will judge the people. Of course, God will judge them, but we also have to judge them here on earth. We cannot leave that responsibility alone to God. As long as they are here on earth, we must do the needful to ensure that they account for the wrongs that they have committed against our people. There is this response. It also says it's from let me see the name, Ife Kokat, I think. It says, really unconscionable and heartless how a 19-year-old young woman was abducted in Zoo, Nigeria, and kept inside their dungeon for almost 1 year without access to legal representation, just for her choice of clothing. Free Idara Gold, free MNK, free Biafra now. This is really very, very good. This is very good. Let me read it again. Really unconscionable and heartless how a 19-year-old woman was abducted in Zoo, Nigeria, and kept inside her dungeon for almost 1 year without access to legal representation, just for her choice of clothing. Free Idara Gold, free MNK. That is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I will end it here, great Biafrans. It's been awesome being with you guys this evening. We will continue this. Do not think that today will be the last day on Twitter. No, we continue our march to freedom, and we continue the evangelism on Twitter. If you do not have a Twitter account, please create one, because our march to freedom is very, very near. It is important that you create one as soon as possible, and that you join us in spreading this gospel. Please ensure that you retweet every tweet that you see with regards concerning our freedom. Any tweet that supports our freedom, please go ahead and retweet. Thank you very much for being part of this broadcast this evening. Before I end, I just want to say thank you to our leader, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, or Hamadike One of Biafra land. And I want to thank those who are working assiduously with him. I'm talking about his wife, I'm talking about the DOS, I am talking about the ESN. I am talking about everyone from coordinator, every coordinator actually. I say, may Chukwu Kikabiyama strengthen and guide and abide with us. Our lawyers are also doing amazing job. Honestly, they are doing amazing job. It was last week that Mama Biafra, no, I think 2 weeks ago, that Mama Biafra was released from DSS dungeon. Oh, last week, yes, released from DSS dungeon. That is part of what we are talking about. And the DSS, the army had the audacity to come out and say nonsense. But we must continue. Thank you very much, lovers of freedom. Thank you very much wherever you tuned in to. It is good night from here, but I say to you good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are listening to me from. We will still be back here on Thursday so that we finish talking about civilization. Because the problem in the zoo, I feel like it is lack of civilization, lack of development, because the zoo is structured in a way that does not allow one to develop. If you have to develop, you must have to leave the zoo. That is how they structured the zoo. They structured the zoo to be backward. They structured the zoo to drag Africa backward. And as soon as the people understand this, then freedom is very, very near. So we will continue on that on Thursday. Thank you very much for being part of this program this evening. From me, from here, it is good night.
It's time to break loose from the chains. It's time for our freedom, Africa. Cause we can never let them negotiate our freedom, no. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man to they suffer. The truth be said, Africa will rise at the right time, and the time we're waiting for is right now. No one can the black man still they suffer. The truth be said, Africa will rise at the right time, and the time we're waiting for is right now. No one can hold. Africa will rise at the right time, and the time we're waiting for is right now. No one can hold.
July massacre and the May massacre, which, as you know, was therefore pushing us towards a scenario where if you're outside eastern region of Nigeria, you're not safe as an Igbo person, or you're not safe if you're an Eastern. In Lagos, the first person they killed was someone who looked like an Igbo person. It's Captain Ekenem on Carter Bridge. They just looked at him and said, "You look Igbo." They killed him. He's from Calabar. Okay? In Yoruba land, in Abeokuta, in Ibadan, in Lagos, nowhere was safe for the Igbo person. In Lagos, they go from door to door. They knock on your door and they said, "Toro." If you say Toro like the Igbo person, they realize they're Igbo and they killed you. Some of the houses were dubbed "So Brother," so you know which one belongs to the Yoruba, which one belongs to the Igbo. So the Igbos have to leave Lagos. If you give the account of those who are famous like Chinedu, he has to make his way and escape from Lagos. Okay? So they were after them. So nowhere therefore was safe for an Igbo person. So they decided to have a conference. This happened in July, and come September, the conference was going on, and this was going on, they had more killings in the north. The killing was such that Gowon himself had to appeal and ask them, for God's sake, stop killing. That's enough now. Yeah, they carried on killing. And the type of killing is not just, they killed you with impunity. They have all sorts of methods of killing people. People were buried in whales. They just dumped them inside the well and sealed the well. Pregnant women had their womb ripped up and the children killed. The women were rounded up from, if you like, nursing colonies, from nursing schools, and sent to leper colonies to be gang raped by lepers. There's no atrocity visited on the people of Eastern region. And so, as a result, they all gathered to the Eastern region, those who escaped. And the account is all in this booklet I'm talking to you about, the Tribunal of Justice, and is worth people to read it and understand the background to why the Biafrans, that was declared a year later, said that they couldn't be safe anywhere in Nigeria. Okay, so because I don't know if you want me to pause regarding the killing, or whether you want me to clarify and answer some more questions.
All right, Mazi, I think it's up to you how you want to do it. I mean, for us, we are just listening and learning, of course, with our history. So you go ahead and do it. And of course, if you can start summarizing for today, unfortunately, time is always an issue. In the next 10 minutes, see if you can summarize. And then next week, we come back with another part 3. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So therefore, people were returning from the north. Those who escaped with all sorts of wounds. Remember, some of them were permanently wounded and injured. Some were maimed for life. Some came back with some pieces of their body. A mother will have a basket as she was running. The only thing inside that basket is the severed head of her daughter. After plaiting the head, they just chopped the head off, and the mother carried the baby and put it inside the basket and ran. When the train stopped at a place like Makurdi, the bodies were dumped in the Benue River. There was somebody, 6'2" person, I forgot his name, who was beheaded, and abdomen ripped open and his intestine gushing out, and they put his body back in the train. So when he arrived in Enugu, he was supposed to scare the Igbos, And the other thing is that Ojukwu in December, around the Christmas time, with all these goings on, I read somewhere they put a box, send him a box of presents from the north. And when they opened it, there was the head of an Igbo person. And they're supposed to scare him. His name is Ondimegu. How do you scare somebody whose name is Fair? So they made a wrong judgment, thinking that Ojukwu is going to capitulate. So this is why the Igbos, if you like, and Easterners came together and said, this cannot go on forever. You can't kill us in 45, kill us in 53, kill us in 1966, May, July, September, October, all the way to December. And they want us to be in one country. So Ojukwu was told, what's this thing about Aburi? We want to go to Aburi to talk to what? About what? We can't trust these people. So Ojukwu said, we have to take one extra step. So he was persuaded to go to Aburi to say, how are we going to live with people? We can't go to Lagos, we're not safe. We can't go to the north, we're not safe. Even where we are, we're not safe. Okay? So what do we do? Well, Jojo is better than war. It's always good to talk. So they went to Ghana, and luckily for them, it was Ankara, who's the Ghana head of state, who invited them on a place called Aburi, where they sat down and mapped out how is it possible to live together again in one country, where one section is being killed with impunity. So Ojukwu told them, and they all agreed. The first thing is to renounce the use of force to solve the problems. As gentlemen, they're not going to use force anymore. They agreed. They said, okay, how about what we do with the military? Those from the east, they return to the east. Those in the west go to the west. Those in the north go back to the west, to the north. Okay, so in other words, you have your military come to where you are from, your place of origin. How about police force? You have areas of command. In other words, we need to have separate components of these security forces to guarantee some form of security. You need to pull apart slightly, remain in one country, so that when things are cooled down, we can then come back together. Everyone agreed. It's a great idea. Yeah. So, well, why don't we sign the forms? They signed the form. General Ankara said yes. Are you guys happy with this? Said yes. Ankara was so happy. I'm so happy with you guys. Well done. We solved this African problem and so on. We just have to carry on as brothers. So they came home. Aburi was conducting a cordial arrangement. Everybody was happy. Then Gowon was supposed to announce the findings. Remember, the Supreme Commander was still missing. Aguirre was still missing. They had to announce that he has died, and therefore we're now going to make Gowon the Supreme Commander. Okay, because up until then, he's not the Supreme Commander, because he took power from the Supreme Commander and he hasn't consulted the rest of the military. Okay, so now he wasn't any more superior in rank than what's his name, Robert Adenka, who is the Western governor. Neither is he more superior militarily than Ojukwu, but he assumed power because the people behind him have got the guns. So after Aburi, it was decided that Gowon could be the Supreme Commander. Okay? But everybody, if you have a decision, we all have to agree to that decision before we go ahead with it. In other words, you have to have it in concurrence. Everyone has to agree. But Gowon then said, no. According to the people advising him, his permanent secretary, I say, well, we know you signed this, but it's going to cause Nigeria to divide. We're not going to agree to it. So you have to change your mind. And we say the British might have been also inspired to not to allow him to sign this, to carry out what they agreed to. So as a result, there's a retraction. He started going back on his word. Unknown to him, though, known to him, fully aware that the Aburi Accord was recorded on a gramophone. So it's not a case of you said, I said, or he said. There's evidence of what was actually discussed.
So, Mazi, what you are telling me is that Aburi Accord was recorded. Is that right?
Yes, it was recorded on gramophone.
So tell me, how do we explain this man, this old, dying, lying man, go on? Till today, he is still saying Ojukwu is twisting the truth. That was not what we agreed in Aburi, even though it was recorded.
Yes, one day we'll get the Aburi played. So that's what was played in the eastern region. Yeah, this is what happened in Aburi. We all listened to it. And the T-shirts came out. On Aburi, we stand. Okay? We are not going to budge on Aburi. Okay? So they all knew what happened. So because they had the superior weapons, all the military, everything was in the north. So they thought, well, if we disobey, we declare a state of emergency, we invade the east, and it would take about 72 hours, and that would be it. And that is what happened. So Aburi, they negated on it, including paying those who abandoned their jobs. If you're working for the government in the north, let's say you work in the railway, you haven't been paid since May. You ran away, and no one's paying you. No one paying your school fees for your children. There's no means of livelihood. The eastern region was supposed to support all these 2 million XM flocks. So there comes a time when you say, well, what are you going to do about all this? Part of the agreement was to help pay towards them. Gawan reneged. Ojukwu said, okay, from April 1967, we're going to collect tax in the east. And the money we collect in the east, we're going to use it to rehabilitate those refugees. And we're going to keep the money. Gawan said, you can't do that. If you do that, we will blockade you. So Ojukwu went ahead with the survival edict, which is what he propagated. And Gawan said, I'm going to impose a blockade. So you sealed off, so you can't trade from the east. As a result, you can see with the journey of no return. You can't go back to Nigeria, they'll kill you. You can't stay as you are, they blockade you. You declare yourself a different country. And that was what happened. So Ojukwu called all the experts to come and sit down and discuss what our options are. Do we stay in Nigeria or do we leave Nigeria? They voted with their feet. Means there was a unanimous decision that we've had enough of all these duplicitous people who want to kill us, take our resources, and leave us to die. So they said, please, Ojukwu, at the earliest practical date, we are not asking you, we are mandating you, declare Eastern Region a sovereign nation by the name Republic of Biafra. Before the ink could dry on that day's conference, Gawan decided to divide the country and carve the East into different sections, River State, Ogoja State, East Central State, and reduce it into a dot. Okay, this is where it all started. So if you carve up the country, you didn't ask your permission, nobody knew where the boundary was, you just declare that area is now East Central State, River State, and Ogoja State, and then you declare a state of emergency. And you're going to take over the whole area.
All right, Mazi.
So that is why the people fought.
Mazi, as we are about to summarize, I want to ask you this question. Let's put this record straight. So basically, what I'm getting to understand, or what you're telling me, is that the reason why Gowon divided the state is to confuse and create hatred among us, because it's working. If you ask me, it is working. You should hear where an Imo State man is talking to an Anambra, and where an Anambra person is talking to an Imo. You will never know that they speak the same language, because that was the whole idea of divide and rule. Can you summarize on that note? And then, of course, next week we'll continue. Go ahead, please.
Yes. The idea of dividing the Eastern region is to weaken the Eastern region as a unit. Okay, you try to weaken them by dividing into along ethnic lines. The only problem with that is that you don't know where the boundaries are. Because Port Harcourt, for example, used to be an Owerri province. So the Igbos, if you like, and their brothers developed Port Harcourt. If you now cut excise Port Harcourt away from Igbo as a territory, you're asking for trouble, because these are the people who built Port Harcourt. So it's a deliberate ploy to sow seeds of discord among the eastern region. The people from Ogoni, Ejo, Ogoja, they were all involved in the declaration of Biafra. They turned up in the elders' meeting, consultative assembly, eastern region. And it was a unanimous decision to pull away from Nigeria because they've had enough at that stage. Nigeria cannot guarantee they're not going to kill you. Okay? So you have no choice but to be your own. And the whole Biafra was the shield. The Ojukwu said, if you can cross this line from the north, he won't go out to the north to bring you back, but if you can cross this line and come to the eastern region, then you are safe. It will do everything it can to protect you. And that is how Biafra came to be. So on the 30th of May, Ojukwu declared Biafra, the eastern region, as a sovereign state. Remember, the killing started in May 66. We're talking a whole year of deliberation before Biafra was declared as a sovereign state. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mazi. You know, when it comes to the end of this program, I feel it continues again. To be honest with you, I was born after the war. And whenever I hear this history, oh my goodness me, I sit and I want to listen and learn. Mazi, please, you're not going to let me down now. Next week is yet another Date with Destiny. It is part 3 of Biafran history. Thank you very much, Mazi. We appreciate you.
Thank you. What I'm going to share with you is the ongoing history of how Biafra came about. And it's not something we rush through, because history has been denied in the school, and therefore people grew up not knowing what actually happened. I'm not going to say, everything that I speak to you, I was there. No, nobody could possibly be there. But we are so blessed and so privileged to have the Eastern Nigerian government at the time. They took their time to record what happened to our people. So, what did they do? They went about to establish a tribunal. This tribunal is to allow those who survived the pogrom to come and give eyewitness accounts of what they went through. They were cross-examined. They were under oath in front of the High Court judge, the Chief Justice. This new case commission was targeted at getting at the bottom of the truth of what happened to our people. So it's a worthy read. I wish one day in every Biafran school we will have this commission report called the Massacre of Ndibo, 1966. Is anybody who can read and can understand must read it. So there'll be no ambiguity as to what happened to our people. Briefly then, the tribunal was set up by the Eastern Region government to ask those who survived the pogrom. Remember that those who died, nobody could give account of them. Those people who actually survived, who extricated themselves out of the north or northern Nigeria, were asked to come and give witness. It took 49 days. There were 253 witnesses. there was an exhibition of 498 exhibits. They went from town to town, from Enugu to Onitsha, to Aba, to Port Harcourt, to Calabar, to Uyo and Ogoja, gathering this information and therefore recording it, not just for you and I to read, but for history and also for posterity. So the issue at the moment in Nigeria is that those who perpetrated this crime don't even want to say they have done it, let alone apologize for it. There are still ongoing killing of our people. If we do not know where this thing started, how are we then going to defend ourselves? So there's a saying that if we don't know where the rain started beating us, we're not going to learn to defend ourselves from the rain. So this is the reason behind knowing the source of the history and the eyewitness accounts, which I'm going to share with you today. Because of the time constraint, I'm going to therefore limit it and structure it in such a way that hopefully most of you will understand it. There are underheadings of motives. Why did this happen? The motives for massacre. The next one is the methodology. How did they go about? And of course, the crime itself, the madness, the murder. It's like a crime scene. What motives they have? How did they go about it? And the actual crime. So motives, method, and the madness, I call it. The third bit is to look at, just pick, because of the time, we can't go through every single witness account. We pick maybe about 2 or 3 towns where this pogrom was visited and the people of Eastern region. Remember at that time, they're not called Biafrans. They thought they were Nigerians. They're in the same country. But where they were is a different part of the same country, but we're killed by their neighbors, their co-workers, and so on and so forth. So we're going to look at the towns like Katsina, Kanu, Kanji, and of course Kaduna. So I'm going to begin by saying to you the motives, quite briefly. Okay, so Mazi might be surprised to note that one of the witnesses, his name is Mazi, S-W-A-N Onoha. I'm not sure if they're related.
Maybe, who knows? That's a sweet coincidence.
Yes, so just in case it's related, you have a relative who went to the north in the 60s. It might be part of their witness. Okay, so what I'm going to read to you is what they thought was the motivating factor. What is in the crime scene or in a criminal court? I'm sure I'm talking after my league here. You know more about it than I do. The judge will ask you, what are the motives? If you say he didn't, what are his motivations? What motivated him to do such a thing? So we can look at extenuating circumstances, for example. So the motivation, for example, so now what I'm going to tell you about. The motive for the pogrom is something which they have looked into. Okay, and they said that the question is the complete extermination of Easterners from the place in the north. In other words, how did they stop killing people in the north? Well, the answer to that is when there was no more Easterners to be killed. So they have succeeded. So that's one of the motives, to chase away and kill as many of Easterners as they possibly can in the north. Okay? Then, in connection, they had what they call the 7-point program or 7-point agenda of the organizers of the pogrom. Some people went down, they had several meetings, they organized this actual killing of the Easterners. It's Exhibit SWAN, that's the initials of Mr. Onoha, SWAN, so it's Exhibit SWAN 24, and it reads as follows. Number 1 motive, to kill off the Major General and the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. His name is Major General J.T.U. Agi Rensi. They succeeded. Secondly, to kill off all the Yamri army officers. They killed as many as they can. Over 200 of them were killed. The third one is to subsequently purge the army of Yamri by killing the rest of the ranks and file. What happened? They called a bugle. Everybody came out, and those who were evil were chased out from the line and killed. The officers murdered. Okay? So this all happened on 29th of July. Then the next reason for motivation was, with the aid of the Westerners, they said, in the army, to take complete control of the armed forces. They take over the complete control of the police force, the navy, and to purge off the Yamiris, as they call the Easterners, in all these forces. So they turned around the Nigerian military, which was multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-religious, into a mono-ethnic. Well, a bloc from the north, which is supposed to control the army, police, navy, air force, everything. So that is all part of their motivation. So we are feeding in Nigeria today part of this plan, this one's exhibition. This Mr. Onwa has exhibition of the plan for killing our people. Then the next one is to kill off and dispossess all the Anyamri domicile in the northern region. They succeeded. Then the now was to use the armed forces to take complete control of the country's government. And that's what they did under Yakubu Gowon. So they took over the complete control, the running machinery of the government, because they killed Agi Urensi, they killed his host, Faji, who's a Yoruba guy in Ibadan, looking up who is his host. They killed both of them, and then they turned onto the soldiers and killed them. And as a result, they made the place ungovernable, in the sense that they controlled the Lagos, they controlled the north, and they had difficulty taking over the east. So the coup of 29 of July 1966 was partially successful. They changed the government, all right, but they have not got complete control of the eastern region. So because Ojukwu was in the eastern region, because the coup did not affect that, it was a partial success. And that is why we had the war. Because Ojukwu said, no, you can't cross this line and kill my people and get away with it. So part of the motivation also was they want a revenge. Okay, you can argue that the Saduana Sokoto, who is, as I said last time, the spiritual leader and also the governor of the northern region then, should not have been killed. The hotheads, the young military, the majors and the captains, led by Nzog in the north, Ifajin in the west, they succeeded in killing their spiritual leader, Saduana Sokoto, Hamadu Bello. And then Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, is the prime minister, so was also killed. So now, part of the motive there for killing all the people living in the north who have Eastern origin was to get rid of these people, and because having killed their own, they want to revenge on Dr. Azikiwe, they want to kill Dr. Abara, they want to kill Ojukwu, they want to kill Major Nzogu. The interesting thing, killing Ojukwu, although Ojukwu became the governor of the Eastern region, he was actually in the north, helped to stop the coup in the north. The Commonwealth countries met in Lagos, and all the politicians were returning from Lagos to Kanu. Ojukwu welcomed them. So if they think it was an Igbo coup, he would have locked them all up. But he was the one who protected and looked after them. So yet, in their agenda or motive, they want to kill Ojukwu and and also Major Nzogu. Major Nzogu died during the war, but they gave him a military honor burial. They took his body from Enugu, where he died, around the Nsukka sector, and buried him in Kaduna, as I understand. Okay, so then the next thing is to destroy the Port Harcourt, Enugu, University of Nigeria, and Nsukka, which they have succeeded, partly, because the University of Nsukka, even up till now, the chemical department has not been activated, because they're fear that they may produce more chemicals during the war. And then finally, to kill off all the Yamri top civil servants, and all the wealthy Yamri, male and female, all the Yamri educated giants. It's like if you don't have educated giants, you kill other people's educated giants. Anyway, all grown up males and females in Yamri, and then to leave only sucklings and Yamri in their land. And in their radio Kaduna broadcast throughout the war is, yes, let us go and kill all the Yamris, rape their women, take their property, and leave them the just baby suckling. So that was all the motivation. So if you're in the middle of the court and the judge asks, what was their motive? These are the 7-point agenda which they lined up and was made known to us by the witness. He's called his 8th witness, Mr. S.A.W.A.N. Onoha. Okay, so that is a basis for which they operate on. Now, how did they go about the method? The method they went about was excessive madness in a way. They didn't just kill you, they made sure the way they went about it was so bad. And maybe some of us have to make sure you have strong stomach when we read most of the things they did to our people. Okay? How did they do it? First of all, there's a planned killing of our people. Like most genocide, they have those who sit down and plan it. So it was planned, mostly by the undergraduates at Ahmadu Bello University. They also had sometimes the help of the foreigner. British people, especially British lecturers, assisted them in planning this program. They wanted revenge of the Sajuana. They wanted to make sure nobody on the east rose in the northern part to play any role whatsoever. So the killing was deliberate. It was directed. It was specific, targeting Easterners. Well, I keep calling them Easterners so that you know at that time they were from Eastern region of Nigeria. So they were targeting, directed to them, specific to them. If you find a Yoruba person, you left them out. If you find an Igbo person, you killed them. It was unrelenting. In other words, there were several waves of it. There was one in May. There was one in July. There was one in September. There was one in October. So it was waves after waves after waves. Was it spontaneous? Well, if you throw a pebble inside a pond, it will strain from the point where it landed and ripple outwards. Okay? But this one, it didn't start from one point and then ripple outwards. It was every city started at 7 o'clock on Saturday evening. It was planned. Okay, imagine a whole vast area of northern Nigeria, it's as big as Western Europe. Every single city, they all came out to start killing the Igbos 7 o'clock on a Saturday in one of the instances. So it was planned on that time at that hour. Then what else? It was coordinated. They even had bosses which the native authority had. It's like the people who run northern Nigeria, they're called the native authority. Part of them run the police and so on. So they took the bosses from these people, went into the villages and got people to come out from the villages, to come into town to kill the Igbos, or to kill the Yamris, or to kill the Easterners. They also imported, in some instances, people who are believed not to be necessarily Nigerians, but people from Chad and so on, specifically come to join in killing. They use all sorts of weapons. There's an arrow, axes, clubs, stones. They use guns. They use any weapon they can get hold of. They burned people alive. They buried them in wells. They all did all sorts of things. So, and the most important thing that tell you that was not a spontaneous accident that happened, people were just rioting and killing anyhow. They were involved by they used the typed, let me repeat that, typed address of where the Easterners live. They had in their hand typed address of where these people live, so they would not miss their houses. Okay. When they went to Yoruba land, I mentioned before, they had to knock on your door and they mentioned Toro. And if you say Toro like an Igbo person compared to Yoruba person, they know you are foreign and they killed you. Okay. Don't forget the people's faces were also scarred. You can also identify who is Yamli or who is from Eastern region and who isn't by the scar on their faces and so on and so forth. So if you're Yoruba, you normally have your scar, your tribal marking, I call it. And also in the northern, they have their own tribal marking. So you can see somebody, majority but did not have this tribal mark, so you can also identify who they are. Okay, so that is some of the methods which they used. Okay, so it's in actually killing. That's one. The second one I want to point your attention to is that in addition to all this planning, okay, they also had what I call deception. They say to you, if a group of Easterners heard, oh, there's going to be a killing from Friday onwards, so they start packing their bags. So the next thing you come on the radio and say, oh no, you heard a rumor that there was going to be killing. Actually, there isn't. Don't worry about it. We will protect. No, we will protect you. Honestly, we will. Don't worry about it. It's all false. So they stayed behind. And of course, it was a false rumor. It was not a false rumor. It was a genuine rumor, but they allowed them to stay to be killed. Okay, so I don't know if I explained that properly. You hear that there's going to be killing. Instead of allowing them to act on that rumor, they decided that no. Let me reassure you that it's going to be okay. Don't worry about it on the radio. So this guy stayed and they got killed. Then the next trick they used, which is another methodology, which is very, very clever. It's like they even go. There's one which acted well in Kanu, which we'll talk about Kanu shortly. They said that we hear that people are trying to go back to the east by train on the 1st of October, and there'll be a train leaving Kanu. So please make sure you pack your bags and that will encourage you to board the train and that. Of course, on that day, there'll be lots and lots of people from the eastern region who pack their belongings and everything and go to the station. And when they get there, there'll be no train. And then instead, the military will arrive with a gang of people and they got clobbered to death and killed. So there's so many tricks they use to lure our people into positions of helplessness. And the other thing they did was to cause them to be disarmed. Now, normally you have your double-barrel gun, you have your knife, you have something to even defend yourself. They went around making sure all these people they're going to kill were disarmed beforehand. So they were defenseless. And then the military went around with the crowd and killed as many of them as possible. So that is part of the revolting aspect of what they actually, how they went about killing our people. And is really is something worth bearing in mind. There's so many other ways of describing what they did to us. For example, let me just find you what happened. So on one of the days, instance, many people were killed, and the NA, which is the Northern Authority policemen, used their big lorries to carry the corpses to the grave. Okay, they hide the body. The dead body were buried in groups of 20, in groups of 50, in groups of 60. Okay, and then large graves were dug by the caterpillars that belonged to these Northern Authority people. The burial was conducted by the armed soldiers. The soldiers were standing by with their arms. So they said it was because this guy who was able to see all this was wearing the Hausa dress, okay, one of the witnesses, and he spoke fluent Hausa. So they will not tell that it's evil person watching them. So another bad thing was a Benin lady who was killed and many sharp pieces of broken bottles packed into her private part. And they left her naked inside a hotel. Okay. Another one is Pauline, Mrs. Pauline, who was killed in the same day, Enugu Road, an international hotel. And the Ibio man who was burnt alive inside his car at the airport road. He was a meteorological officer. Then they saw a house man who was conducted sexual intercourse on a young girl, on an Igbo girl, and Kanu, and this girl vomited until she died. It was gang rape. There's so many things they did to us. So the attacks on schools and churches provided yet another instances of callosities and, of course, of the assailants. So they desecrated the church. The people professing to know and worship God, the very difficult way of explaining it, doing God honor. That's the attack on armed civilians by the army, by police, and supposed to give them protection. That's the worst thing. The police and the army, you're supposed to run to them for protection, but in fact, it was the same people who joined in and was behind and watched you be killed. So that's part and parcel why they can never be trusted. So I'll talk to you briefly about the motives of the massacre, the method where they went about it. They're other, of course. They put a rod behind your back, they tie your hand behind a long rod, and there they gouge out your eye, took out your private parts, and all sorts of things. There are so many methods. I don't want to make it even worse, but I just want to now concentrate on the madness. I'm going to use Katina. I know time is spent, or time is pressing, so let me know how I'm doing with time. We need to tell this story properly.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. I think we have about half an hour. Yes, more or less.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm not going to describe what happened in individual towns. I'm going to take Katsina, which is the hometown of Buhari, of course. Katsina in 1966, May. So the Katsina, of course, is the capital of the Katsina Emirate. The Emir of Katsina is the father of the military governor of the northern Nigeria at that time, called Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina. There are 4 principal witnesses that gave evidence of the disturbances made riot in Katsina. Okay, so we're going to now hear from those who were in Katsina in May when the riot started. Their names are Enoch Enoch Ejikeme. He is the 26th witness. Then there's a Vincent Modebel, and he's the 27th witness. Then there's a James Aka, who is 138th witness, and Mrs. Cecilia Mabel Anebuna. So there are names which are entered into this tribunal, which can be cross-referenced and checked out. The 26th witness, Enoch Ejikeme, right, he lived in Katsina, he said, for 15 years, from 1951 to June 1966, when he was compelled by the disturbances to flee the north. He owned a story building near the Emir's palace. This is what he has to say. I am a native of Ojoto. Katsina is perhaps the area worst affected by the disturbances, even though there was a deliberate attempt to play down the seriousness of the situation there, both during and after the disturbances. I am willing to appear before the tribunal to give evidence about what I saw during the disturbances. So what I'm saying to you is that there are people who survived it, who are willing to testify under oath and cross-examine as to what they saw. So the event we're reading that has been stored for posterity is genuine and can be taken as a factual evidence. Now, it was around, this is his account, he said around 2 a.m., listen to this, 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., this early hours, but it's a ungodly hours, I call it. In the early morning of 29th of May 1966, a large number of houses started collecting in the Emir's palace. Remember, these people lived in the Sabongari, outside the palace, outside the wall city. So those who are allowed to enter the Emir's palace have to be vetted. They're all houses. Okay, they went in. Now, round about 6 a.m. in the morning, they then burst out from the palace, carrying sticks, machetes, daggers, axes, etc., and all other dangerous weapons. They spread themselves all over the town. They were looting, burning houses and shops. Some of the NA, Northern Authority Police, took active part. Let me repeat that. Some of the NA police took active part, while others made no attempt to bring the situation under control. So you're supposed to be law and order. Instead of stopping the mob, going around looting, killing, you actually take part and joining them and did nothing. So the attack was directed against people of southern Nigerian origin, with the exclusion of Yorubas. So Yorubas also from the south, but they were not touched. Only the Igbos were targeted, or people of eastern origin. Then one Mr. Joseph of Uji, okay, was stabbed to death that very morning. While the attack continued, the Emir of Katsina, if you are the Emir, you are the boss of the whole area. Whatever people say you do, they do. Whatever you say, rather, they will do. They're under your control. So the Emir of Katsina, Alhaji Usman Nagogo, the former northern minister, okay? So then there's a normal, so Alhaji, let me repeat his name again. The Emir of Katsina was Alhaji Usman Nagogo. And then there's a former northern minister who was an MP, Alhaji Issa Kaita. Then there's an Alhaji Musa Tafida Yaradua. Then there's a former Ministry of Lagos Affairs and Magaji Gari, the Emir's son, were parading the town up and down, cheering the looters on. So these are the responsible members of that very town. Instead of them bringing law and order, they're actually encouraging the mob to go on the rampage. My two big shops, this is the witness, my two big shops, this is AGK, my two big shops and stores were all looted, as well as my residence. Not a pin was left for me. They even swept the rooms. They swept the shop. They swept the stores with brooms. Can you imagine? The telephone number 152 Katsina is one of the shops was removed, so he can't phone. So they moved in gangs, and each numbered about 300 to 400 people. Towards evening, every southerner resident in Katsina, repeat that, towards evening, every southerner resident in Katsina had been rendered homeless, hopeless, and penniless. We were therefore evacuated by Northern Authority Police to a place 2 miles from the town. So they rounded them up, took them to a place 2 miles away from the town. We numbered over 2,000, including women and children. We were not allowed to move out from the compound, which had but one gate. We suffered from both hunger and fear. On Monday, 30th May 1966, the military governor of the northern group of provinces summoned the meeting of emirs and chiefs to state their grievances, because there's rioting now. So the military governor, Katsina, asked the emirs and all the chiefs to come for a meeting. So on the 31st of May 1966, the emir of Katsina left for Kaduna. That's where the meeting is being held. Kaduna is the capital then of the northern region. So they went to Kaduna to attend the meeting. And it was alleged that the emir, on leaving for Kaduna, ordered his men not to tamper with our life yet, pending his return and the result of their meeting. So give strict order. This will be rounded up. 2,000 or so people rounded up. Don't touch them until I return. On Wednesday, 1st of June, 1966, the Nigerian army arrived at the scene, and we were released forthwith. The Nigerian army then entered and released them. So on the following Thursday and Friday, 2nd and 3rd, respectively, some of us fled to Kanu. They escaped. Now, on that very Friday, 3/6/66 afternoon, the emir returned from Kaduna. And on Saturday, 4/6/66, no southerner was allowed to leave the town. He put another order and don't allow them to escape. Those who managed to escape were pursued and many of them slaughtered in the way. Now, the violence was therefore renewed, and the worst inhuman acts were performed on the Saturday, 4/6/66. Now, the emir again took the lead, together with his team, comprising Alhaji Issa Kaita, former minister, Northern Nigeria Education Minister. Then they have Alhaji Musa Tafida Yarudua, who was former Federal Minister in Lagos Affairs. Then Magajin Gary, who is Lieutenant Colonel Katsina's twin brother, who is the emir's son. All these people joined in chasing and killing. Then the climax was reached when Southerners, seeing what has happened, ran and took refuge. Those who were behind, they ran into the police charge office. They ran into the police station. These people were locked inside the office, which were then packed full with refugees. They were set on fire. They ran to police and they were burnt inside the police. Okay? Burnt to ashes together with all the refugees therein. This Saturday episode affected many government employees who could not leave the town without the consent of the employer, as well as the independent business people who were tied down by their business links or the otherwise. None was left alive, except a few of us whom God hid away out of their sight, who live now to tell the story. Another devilish plan worthy of note was that as soon as the Saturday massacre started, the Katsina Provincial Secretary, instead of telephoning to Kanu to bring the armies close to rid of this scar, instead of telephoning Kanu to bring the armies, he chose to ride on his car to Kanu, a distance of 108 miles away, in order to bring the army to himself. So now, why is he doing that? He can just pick up a phone and call them, and they come. But he chose to drive 108 miles. So the trick lies in that fact that before he could return to Katsina from Kanu with the armed forces, the operation had been completed and many lives were lost. So all this tomfooleries. Now, the fact that a large and unknown number of people were burnt alive in police charge office made it highly impossible for anyone to give an accurate figure of the deaths. Also, many were killed and hidden away, and many thrown into wells and pits. So then, the gruesome incidents of the burning of Nigerian building at Katsina was confirmed by Miss Mabel Anabunwa, okay, who's the 235 witness, whose husband, Mr. D.G. Anabuna, was one of the victims. She watched him die. Her evidence described as follows. This is Ms. Alamda. My name is Cecilia Mabel Anabuna. I joined my husband Katina on the 4th of August 1962 and returned to the East on the 18th of June 1966. After my husband was murdered on 4/6/66, I have 2 children. My husband had 3 children from the first wife who died earlier. I am now caring for those 3 children and my own 2. My husband was a first class clerk in the Ministry of Agriculture, Katsina, and also a special constable. On the 4th of June 1966, he returned suddenly to inform me that the incident of looting, which occurred on the 29th of May, was being repeated. I immediately backed my baby, and together we escaped to the nearest police station. While we were pursuing by the armed villains, we ran into the police station. We were admitted inside by the police station. Thereupon, the mob attacked the shuttle with knives and axes. The police warned them not to attack the station, but Malam Magadin Gary, who was Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Kassina's twin brother, retorted, warning the police not to disturb the civilians who were carrying out the order of the emir. So basically, the police were warning the rioters. This police officer, who is the brother of the governor of the northern Nigeria and the son of the emir, was telling the police people, don't disturb the civilians who are rioting because they're carrying out the order of the emir. So the emir, the person in charge of the Katsina, was actually heading the riot. So the rioters were thenceforth unfettered. No one can disturb them because they've been told that the emir is in charge. So they broke inside through the doors and windows and, of course, started to kill people indiscriminately. And one of the victims was my husband, Mr. D.G. Onlewu. So now, many other women and I went to appeal to Mugagi Garrett, Hassan's twin brother, but he said they could not disobey the emir. About 18 men were victims. Their corpses were burned, followed by burning of the police station and the government staff quarters. In the evening, the women were conveyed in police truck to the Northern Authority police station, where we stayed for some days. Later, we were taken to an unfinished hotel building, where the Red Cross supplied us food and some baby clothing. I left Katsina to Kanu on the 9th of June 1966 to meet my husband's brother. On the 14th of June, I left for the East. One Reverend Father X was very kind to victims. He helped many wounded people to the hospital until he was seriously warned by one Mr. McNamara, who's a British, that if he continued, he, Father X, would be attacked for transparently taking sides with Easterners. It was in this Mr. McNamara's house that several night meetings were held. Mr. McNamara was soul and body in the planning of the pogrom. So I'm just going to leave it there. What happened then? This lady was cross-examined. It's not enough to just tell us this is what you saw. So they said the witness was then questioned closely, and one of the questions, this is what she has to say. You actually saw Magari Gary with your own eye in the police station? And that was the question. They say, yes, I saw him. My husband was working with him. This Magari was NA, Native Authority police officer. So my husband was working with him. He used to come to our house frequently in connection with his work. So that when this thing happened, I went with other women, appealed to the man, and begged him to stop the rioting. He said that he would not do so, and that I was in order, it was an order from the emir, and emir is his father. So from Katsina, the disturbance spread to other towns in Katsina Emirate, like Fontua, Malumfashi, Siga, etc. So in these towns, the story of the direct involvement of the emir in the disturbances is told again and again by other witnesses. The death toll in Katsina Emirates will be seen later on. So what I've just described to you is one of the caves, one of the towns, and what happened. Where you have people supposed to run into police for protection, they got burnt inside there. Where sometimes the police actually join in rioting, looting, and killing, sweeping not just your stores of every single thing, including the paint. They brush, they sweep it so you have nothing there, plus they will destroy you economically. If you're lucky, you get out alive, and then nothing to go on. So that is one of the madness that I described in just one town. Wait till you hear about Kanu. Wait till you hear about Kaduna. Okay, so I just finished talking about Katsina. I'm happy to continue. Okay, so I talked about Katsina. I'm going to talk about quickly about Kaduna. Okay, Kaduna. And that may help us to wrap up for today. We're talking about Katsina. We're now going to talk about what happened in Kaduna. Kaduna, as you know, was the capital of the northern region at the time. Okay? So it's pertinent to understand that this just didn't happen in Katsina. It also happened in major cities in the north. Okay, so I'm going to now talk about Kaduna. Right. Kaduna has no emir, okay, at this stage, because it's the seat of the government in the northern Nigeria. It has no emir or district head. It is the capital of northern Nigeria and the seat of northern Nigeria regional government. The military governor lives there. That's the mentioned name, his name earlier, Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina. Okay. The head of all the departments of the government have their offices in Kaduna. The police headquarters is in Kaduna. One would have thought that all places, Kaduna would be the last place one would expect to see innocent civilians exposed to mob attack. So in other words, it's like the capital is like London. Okay, you'll expect the police to be well equipped to prevent riots and killing of innocent people. So Kaduna was the capital in the north. Now the evidence showed that Kaduna was just as affected as any other important towns in the Hausa-speaking areas. Now, in fact, it was the top civil servant that led the attack. So here's what witness 52 have to say. His name is Daniel Godreau Pinswa. After the Daniel coup, the head of my department, Mr. N.B. Kirby, Territorial Control of North, called me up to take care of the personnel in the exchange and some other P&T installations in Kaduna. A few hours later, out of sheer curiosity, I went to the Sarduana's house in Kaduna to check up on the news we have heard. I found water and blood dripping from the upstairs, and quite a number of northerners were in the premises as well as within the building. I was amazed to find that all the northerners showed no signs of grief. In fact, some of them were in Sarduana's sitting room at that time, were having fun by parodying the official procedure, the protocol and pomp they had observed during the Sarduana's lifetime. For example, someone would pose as the Sarduana secretary, would say, rank again, and genuflect, then there would be riotous laughter. Others mimic the way they laugh, and so on and so forth. So some Hausa friends told me that the coup was a godsend, but that it was only fault was that nobody was killed in the east. Okay, so this is the impression the Houses had when the Sarduana secretary was killed. There was widespread celebration in the whole Nigeria until they turned it into an evil coup and started killing all the Igbos. But then came Decree 34. Decree 34 was trying to unify Nigeria into one country in the sense that the North and East and West have always been separate. They governed. They had their own government. They had their own embassies, even in London. and Washington. Every region had their own embassies. So the army came in and wanted to unify everything. So, for the unification of the public services, after its publication, northern civil servants felt very insecure. They had issues with, there are more people in the South who are more trained, more educated than we are, and so on. So if you unified the civil servants, we're going to be edged out of our jobs. So they felt insecure and openly complained about it. So it was understood that permanent secretaries and other top government officials of northern origin, they masterminded this demonstration. Then on the 29th of May, which is a Sunday, it's called Black Sunday, we heard rumors of violence in the town. We were already in the church at the Faith Tabernacle Kaduna for evening service when we noticed that the whole environment of the church and the street outside was filled with houses. At the end of the service, we could not go out. So now, witness Julius Abisi. I was transferred from Lagos to Kaduna, and I arrived Kaduna February 1st, 58, when that day I had been living Kaduna until I returned by air on the 5th of October because of the unfortunate incident in the north. After January coup and relations existed between Easterners and Northerners took a different shape till May, when everything deteriorated. So now he's saying, May 28, Northerners asked for permission for the police to demonstrate against the military regime. They wanted this demonstration to take effect on the 20th of May, but having been refused the permission, they staged the demonstration with violence on the 29th. They used this demonstration as an instrument to kill, loot, destroy the property of Easterners residing in the Kaduna. They continued this operation extermination for full 3 days before the army intervened. Now then, on the 29th of May, the same thing happened. A group of HAUSA top civil servants held a meeting at Ahmad Bello Stadium. This meeting started at 1 p.m. on Saturday and lasted till 4 p.m. It was from that meeting they spread to the town, attacking every Easterner they met. Looting, arson, and killing of the law-abiding Easterners featured predominantly. After the attack, they started going from house to house, hunting for Easterners to kill. As I understand, and speaking Hausa fluently, I had the opportunity to mix freely with every Northerner. What they were saying was nothing like peace will remain in the map of Nigeria. Now, from this time onwards, peace and tranquility eluded Kaduna. Easterners started running from one corner of the bush to the other, search for safety. The situation remained like this until the 29th of September. Now, on the 29th of September, I witnessed the heaviest killings. The corpses were being transported from town to the hospital. The extent of the killings was so great that the ambulance could not cope with the evacuation of corpses, so that they had to employ PWD and P&T tippers to help in clearing the corpses. The most sorrowful sight I've ever seen was that young men were sitting on top of the corpses, dancing and singing merrily as they drove around the town. Earlier, on the 24th of September, my chief warden, Mr. Robinson Okoye, was killed in his room. And this was done not by the army, nor by the police, but the Hausa warden under him. These Hausa members of our staff organized themselves to attack we fellow Eastern wardens. They said, we must have all of you wiped out. They even said this in public. Personally, these were vandals chased me in broad daylight. I only managed to escape because I was riding while they were attacking. After riding up the mile and a half from them, I dodged and entered the bush. The molestation directed to us by Hausa members of staff had the support of the senior men, because each time we went to them to lodge a complaint, they would merely say, go away. Our only savior was the instruction from Lagos that all of us should come en masse transfer to the east. We eventually arrived in East by air on the 5th of October without any of the belongings. So I'm going to pause there because what I just tried to read are areas so far as Katsina and Kaduna where you expect to be some protection for reasonable human beings. The emir should keep order, but he was chasing around and making sure people were being killed. And in one of the instances, he was driving around in his car and hooting his car horn and saying, leave the properties, kill them. After killing them, then the properties will be yours. So people were looting and killing at the same time. So he advised them to just kill the people first, and then they'll collect all their properties. So he's supposed to be in a position of authority to advise people to bring peace and order, but he didn't. The police joined in. They were burnt in the police. There's so many things that happened to our people. And the plan was to empty the north from easterners. And about, as I said before, 1.8 to 2 million people returned to the eastern region as a result of this insecurity in the rest of Nigeria. And as a result of that insecurity, the Biafrans decided to form their own country as a way of guaranteeing their safety.
All over the world is ready too. Doctor, let's do this.
Greetings. From part 4, because the last part we were talking about the killing fields. We mentioned Katsina, we mentioned Kaduna. Today we're going to briefly mention Kanji Dam and Kanu. The reason I'm talking about the killings in the north, because it was the actual killings that triggered the declaration of Biafra, because there was no trust for anywhere in Nigeria where the people of Eastern origin could safely call their own without being killed. And if we fail to understand that history, then it's difficult to understand why Biafra was declared. The people will have a different narrative and blame us for being killed. So let me go straight into it. So the reason why I'm going on about it is because it was documented. It's not hearsay. It's not what my relative told me. This was a government-led instruction to be written down in front of a high court judge, Justice Onuke's tribunal. They recorded the survivors' tale of what happened to them. It took them 49 days. They had evidence from 253 survivors. They exhibited 498 exhibits. They traveled from Enugu, Onitsha, Aba, Port Harcourt, Calabar, Oyo, Ugoja, gathering evidence and detailing and recording them. So no one would turn around and say, this thing didn't happen. This was before we went into Biafran War. So, without further ado, and I urge you all to read it. It's called The Massacre of Ndibo, 1966. So one day it is my hope that every school child, at least in the Biafran setting, would have read it, understood it. So there'll be no more lies about what happened to us. Let me talk about the 4 Ks. I mentioned Kaduna, Katsina. Today's turn is Kanji Dam. Now, where's Kanji Dam? Kanji Dam is around Ilorin, where the Italian firm called Impreglio, SPA, was building a dam for Nigeria to generate electricity. We're still waiting for the electricity in Nigeria. Anyway, so that was back in the 60s. They employed about 6,000 Easterners at this Kanji Dam construction. This was one of the sites of the worst slaughters for people of Eastern origin. This is what happened. It was a combined operation between the police and the civilians. The most important witness was somebody called Clement Obiefuna, who recorded what happened to the situation. So it's not a hearsay, an eyewitness. On the 29th and 30th of September, there was mass killing, which has continued to the worst of them to be in Kanji Dam police station, in front of police station. And this is what happened. A police van was fitted with a loudspeaker. It went round the town informing any Easterner who wishes to go back to the East to assemble at the police station in order that the necessary arrangement could be made for them to be evacuated. This piece of news, of course, was received with joy for all those of us, according to him, this witness, who wanted to escape. They thought this gesture was, in fact, made in good faith. It was otherwise, as their subsequent experience was to show, was the opposite. So when the remaining Easterners they haven't killed have heard about there will be a possibility of them being evacuated, so they assembled at the police station with all their loads, and they sat down waiting for further instructions for their repatriation. Little did they know that they had come to face their death. So it was, in fact, an appointment with death, according to him, for the next moment. What happened then? A group of unruly Hausas, that's general term for those in the north, appeared once more with their death weapons, chanting war songs, grinning at us, and positioning themselves strategically around the building. After a time, the policemen arrived in great numbers, and they asked us whether we were now ready to go back to the region, to our region. Of course, we joyfully answered yes. Then one of the house's civilians stepped out, mockingly asked us if there was anything we could do if he began to shoot at us. Now, before he had time to answer this question, he had already let go of his gun in our midst. So therefore, a frantic scramble to escape ensued. The police participated in the killing of many of us. During this shooting, I lost a relative, Mr. Ralph Nwa-BC, who was aged 26, a motor driver with Impreglio FEA Kanji. The looting of our property started simultaneously with the killing. From a corner where I was, I could see the police helping the civilians to make away with our property. All my properties were carried. So it's not enough to state all this. This person now had to be cross-examined in front of a judge. And the question is, this massacre at the police station, Ganji Dam, what date would that be? He said on the night of the 29th September. Remember, back in Lagos, they were having a meeting after the July killings to have a discussion on how to move Nigeria forward. There was a meeting going on, and then the killing broke out again in September. Okay, so this was the background. Now, around that time, the thing then in the court was, at what time? He said around 9 o'clock and 10 p.m. when the whole thing started and continued. The next question was, would it be correct to say that Easterners were tricked into assembling at the Kanji Dam police station to enable them to massacre you? The answer was yes. And then he was asked again, and the trick was practiced by, he said, well, it was performed by police. The question, you, law-abiding citizen, trusted the police as your protectors? The answer is yes. Would it be correct to say that were it not for practice on you by the police, perhaps these vandals might not have had the opportunity to slaughter you as they did? They say they might not have had the opportunity to slaughter Easterners en masse. That's true. Now, immediately before the attack on the 29th, how many Easterners will you estimate gathered at the police station? Or you said very many. Give me an idea. Said about 2,000. Now, during the lengthy cross-examination that followed, the witness gave further details of the police civilian formation and preparation for the attack. Let me cut this story long, which is a bit long, short. Basically, these people brought in new, fresh police officers from a different region in Nigeria to surround the police station and remove the ones they were familiar with, and they were used in addition with mob to kill the people. They went around asking, assemble at the police station if they want to get back to the eastern region. So that's one of the repulsive bits of the killing of the eastern. They were lured into the traps, okay? And so it's not the first time they've done that trick. In Kanu, which we're going to look at shortly, they use the same trick because they say, oh, the train will be leaving such and such a date, so you all gather, and the act made it easier for them to slaughter many more, okay? So that's the trick was being used, and the tribunal uncovered this. So the next, I'm going to move now to Kanu at the time. Kanu, as you know, is it's a very, very busy ancient city in the north. It has a national airport. Okay? So this one was witness called Okpawa, your pardon, P.I. Okpawa, is witness number 125. So what happened to him? He said, I was shot from the back. They raised the occiput, which is the back of your head, back of your skull. And he fell down and lost consciousness for a time. He had that bullet gone a little deeper, his brain would have been, of course, blown out, and he would have died on the spot. On the other hand, had the wound been a shade slight or less, then he would have lived, and he would not have lost consciousness, and of course the army would have come and shot him like other people. So he had, this is the part of the story which he told us that happened to him in Kanu. He said, one soldier ordered us outside and asked me, this was in the actual airport when they appeared. The other story was that all the big wigs, they came with their white agbada, all the politicians, commanders, clip of the bit of the film they're allowed to show. There was an attack inside an airport terminal, an international airport. The police arrived, the army arrived, and they said, where are the guys? And they started shooting, hitting people. So this is a scene from that. Okay, the plane had just arrived from London, parked in Kanu. People are just coming out, disembarking at Kanu. If you're from the eastern region, they lined you up and shot you. They were from abroad. So this is a report of what happened in Kanu. And the people doing the killing are Nigeria's best. In other words, they went to Congo to represent Nigeria, the United Nations force. You have to keep peace in Kanu, in Congo. So they are the police, they are the actual elite of the Nigerian army, if you like, in Kanu. It was actually commanded by Chukwemeka Dumegwu. Yeah, it's a battalion. So where he was, of course, at this stage in the eastern region as a governor, eastern region. So what was left of the Nigerian army in Kanu joined the troops, joined the civilians in massacring ordinary civilians. They burst into the airport, and this is what happened. So one soldier ordered us out and asked me where I was from. When I told him I was from Midwesterner, he told me that I was lying because he knew where I came from. What I heard was a bad turn, quick march. I heard a shot behind me, and I fell down and passed out. How long I was there before I came round, I could not tell. But when I became conscious, a heap of dead bodies, men, were on top of me. Some still breathing, the others stone dead. It took me some time to extricate myself from the dead bodies heaped upon me. I crept over other dead bodies, and I tried to hide because soldiers were still shooting people down in the hiding places in the airport. Presently, I found myself in a big kitchen, and the whole length of the breadth of that was littered with dead bodies. 2 HAUSA stewards in the kitchen refused me entry until I paid them £5. And within seconds of my entry, about 5 armed northern soldiers entered the kitchen, shouting, "Are there any more Opera brothers left to be shot?" Opera, of course, was Dr. Michael Opera, who was the premier of the Eastern region. He wasn't killed in the first coup of January 66. He was the governor of the Eastern region, and at this stage, the Northerners hate him because he did not agree with the census when they when they did the census, I believe in 63 or so. And he said it was inflated and it cannot hold. So they hated him as a result of it. And everybody from the East, they were suspecting them because they wanted the Northerners to give the impression that they have more population than everybody else. But that's a different story. So they hate the Opara brothers. If you're an Opara brother, it means you're from the Eastern region. So they will go around literally hunting them down and shooting them. So he said, are there any Opara brothers left to be shot? Okay, I was again saved because I lay among the dead and pretended to be dead also. So when I could no longer hold out, I got up and walked to the table where one of the stewards was sitting. I shouted, please take me to the soldiers. At this stage, I was getting fed up. So he said, I can no longer stand this strain. Now somebody emerged from under the big table on hearing me. It was Mr. Lekiti. Mr. Lekiti is a Ghanaian who apparently was hiding from the savage soldiers. He decided to give ourselves up to the soldiers. He was my uncle, and I was his nephew. That was the plan. This strategy worked wonderfully. And when the soldiers heard of us, they shouted in unison, why were you hiding? He said, we don't want to be killed. We don't want to kill Ghanaians. So why are you hiding? They are our friends. Yorubas, Effiks, all are our friends. We are after Opara's brothers. So they're specific. If you're wondering about the definition of genocide, you would normally target a specific ethnic group. So this is an example of it, soldiers themselves declaring that they're after Opara's brothers. Now, we are going to finish them off, he said. They took us upstairs where we saw more dead bodies, some of whom I recognized. Now, Mr. Lekiti and myself gave the soldiers £10 for drink. They drank until 6:30 a.m. the following morning. This happened at night, which was the 2nd of October. The reason why they trapped so many people was the 1st of October, which is an Independence Day, which is a celebration, like a holiday. So people are returning and traveling. So the airport was full of those who are arriving, those who are departing. So they pounced on all the people of the Eastern origin or Opara brothers. Now, these soldiers had some harsh things to say about Opara and Igbos. Opara was their arch enemy, who must be destroyed. Why did they kill our leaders while Opara Zik Osadebe were left out? If I wonder who Osadebe is, Osadebe was the one who was the governor of the Midwest, and his name suggests Igbo. Zik, of course, Azikiwe, who was the president, was like a queen equivalent of the first Republic of Nigeria at the time. He wasn't in charge, but he was the first, he was like the queen, the governor general equivalent. So you have Opara who is Igbo, Zik who is Igbo, and Osadebe who is Igbo. They were left out of the January 15 coup. And this was really irking them and really annoying them so much that they want to kill everybody who is from Igbo. Okay, so Mbadiwe, they said, was the only Igbo man who would be spared on this march to Eastern region. So already planning to march to Eastern region. Okay, so this killing was happening in September, end of September, first week of October, 1966. They are planning to march to Eastern region because he was a good man. They're saying Mbadiwe is one who had the opportunity to make Enugu an international airport. Instead, he messed up and moved it to the north, as usual. Now, all other Igbos must be destroyed. Of course, that's the impression they give. If you're good to them, then they try and spare you for the time being until they get to you in the end. Now, at 7 a.m. that same Sunday morning, they asked Mr. Lekiti and myself to get ready because we are going to show you how we have dealt with Opera brothers and sisters. So the soldiers took Mr. Okwawa, who was pretending to be the nephew of Mr. Lekiti, who is a Ghanaian. They took us to the railway station in an armed Land Rover, and there we saw a sight which I would never live to see again to my dying day. Over 600 men, women, and children have been mowed down. They have been killed while they were waiting for a train to take them to our region. A few of the children were still creeping over their dead mothers, shouting, "Mama, I am hungry. I want to drink." Some were sucking at their dead mother's breasts and left them to suck on. It should be borne in mind that 3 days earlier, this is the annoying bit, 3 days earlier, before this unprecedented massacre, it was announced over the Radio Kaduna, some called Radio Fusion Kaduna Network, that a passenger train would be leaving Kanu for Eastern Region on the 2nd of October, and that all those wishing to travel should report on 1st of October at the railway station. Of course, over 700 Igbos packed to the railway station. The announcement was made by, guess who? A Mr. T. George. Mr. T. George is a senior train officer who incidentally is a native of Idoma. He was educated at Methodist College in Uzakoli. So he was a member of the Nasarawa Club and attended all the meetings where they made the decision to kill all the Igbos in the north. Now, when all the Igbos had entered the railway station, he ordered that the gates should be locked, so they couldn't get out. They drove us to the local running shed. So I just showed the background. We tell you what happened at the Kanji Dam. The police went to the siren. Everybody who wants to go, come to the police station. Here, they made on the radio, Kaduna, very popular, by somebody who they are familiar, hearing their voice, someone from Idoma, who was at the Uzakoli, which is in the east, where he schooled. So his voice is familiar, in order to lure all those Easterners who want to travel back to the east. 700 of them descended. They went to pack their things and go on the bank holiday, which was on the 1st of October, and they were mown down. Okay? So, these people say, I want to stop there for now, because that's the experience that was going on in Kanu. So this guy, of course, eventually managed to escape and got home, and this bullet was fished out from his skull, and they lived to tell the tale. So that I'm just sharing this with you also, that you know the background to what happened to your people, to our people in the northern part of Nigeria. So I'm giving you the killing fields of K, Kaduna, K, Katsina, K, Kanji Dam, and K in Kanu. There are so many other towns with similar stories, just killing after killing after killing. So the only killing, the story goes that this killing stopped when? Anyone know? Oh, when there was no more Igbos or Nyamaris left in the north to kill. So as a result, there were an exodus, right? You weren't going to be told to hang around in the north. The only thing that's everyone from the east, the only thing in their mind is how do we get home? They abandoned everything. They started walking. Some jumped into a plane that was going somewhere. Some jumped into a train. And when they got to Otubo or near the border of Enugu, as about to cross the River Benue, the train would stop. The mob would jump in, kill as many as they can, put the bodies back in, so that when they arrive at Enugu, they're injured, maimed, half dead, and so on, to frighten the Easterners. Okay? So that was the killing that was going on. I'll now quickly speed up and take you to the scenario then of what happened when the Igbos or the Nyamalis left the north. Yeah, it would be interesting to know where the houses, the Sabungaris, what actually took place. What happened then? Now you got rid of all the people of Eastern region. So, as evidence, I present before you a report from New York Times. Somebody called Lloyd Garrison, who went back to the Sabungari in the Kanu. Yeah. He went there on the 7th of December to report what was the state of affairs after the Igbos have left Sabungari. Yeah, it's good to look at it now from the other side. He said, after the massacre of over 2,000 Igbos in Kanu in September 29, 1966, and the massive exodus of Igbos that immediately followed, New York Times correspondent Lloyd Garrison visited a deserted and desolate Sabongari Kanu, where the eastern Igbo quarters, and filed this report. Okay, so you understand the background. The killing has now stopped because no more Nyamris to kill. Okay, now somebody need to go there and find out what has happened. Okay, so he says outside the old city walls in Sabongari, or strangers' quarters, that's what it actually means, Sabongari, where the quarters in the north, you're not allowed to live inside their walled city because you're a foreigner, you're a stranger. So you left outside. So outside the walled cities, the houses were now empty and the streets were deserted today, except for a stray dog resting in the shade of a tree. The only sound was the creaking of the house doors as they swung gently back and forth in the light breeze. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew several doors shut, and the dog, as if startled by a rifle shot, crouched. The sound left the dog trembling with fear, even now, more than 2 months after the massacre of the Igbos in the heart of the northern Nigeria Muslim North. There's little else to remind one of what happened here, except the sight of the occasional litter, the torn Bible on the floor of the Baptist church, and the OK Jazz stationery store. Otherwise, the shops and houses have been stripped of their furnishings, as if no one ever lived there. 30,000 Igbos once filled these dwellings, 30,000. But now, the Sabongari has become quite simply a ghost town. The bloodbath began on the 9th of September 29th, when northern troops opened fire on the Igbo refugees standing by at the airport. By dawn, northern soldiers with automatic weapons and civilians with machetes had swept through the city, burning, looting, and killing. As if by signal, most foreign observers here are convinced that the pogrom was planned. I told you before that it was not only planned, they didn't just have automatic weapons, rifles, bows and arrows, bricks, anything they can use to kill people. They also have typed addresses of where the Nyamiri is supposed to live. So it's not something you say is a riot, it just happened, it was planned. And then, the slaying spreads to other Igbo communities in Nigeria, vast northern interests. So that's part of the report. Now, carry on with the report in the New York Times. No one knows how many were killed, and that's the fact. It's difficult to estimate the actual number that died. The report, the tribunal were mentioning, and those who escaped with their lives were able to tell the story. There are worse, gruesome stories which cannot be told because the people who it was acted upon have died. So they're not telling you the full story because you can't. It's just impossible. The extent of the calamity that befell our people. But the official census of the Northern Military Nigerian Lagos had approved. You see, you have to approve. They say, well, we're going to agree that 7,000 died. If 7,000 died, you have to times it by 100, as you and I know. Okay, so that's the one the official government approved. They actually agreed that thousands died. That's the key thing. Now, this is considered to be a conservative estimate. That's according to New York Times. A conservative estimate means it's under exaggerated. Now, Northerners here do not talk about what happened unless you ask them. Surprise, surprise. And their responses frequently include a comment that, the Igbos had it coming to them. Some samples. They were too pushing. So if you're very pushy, you should be killed. That's what they're saying. They took the best jobs. Okay, so because they have good jobs, you have to go and kill them. I told you before, there's something called privileged pariah. They were privileged because they had these jobs, but they are pariah, they're hated because they're in the different part of the country. So you kill them because they had the best jobs. They weren't content to do business. I don't know what they're supposed to do. You can't come into your wall city. They're not content to do business. They wanted to run everything. Guess who's running everything in Nigeria at the moment? Okay. Now, they called us backward because we were Muslims, really. Okay. But we were reading Arabic for centuries while they were still cannibals, really. Okay. Now, these are all the comments when this reporter went around asking, what happened? Can you tell us about these Igbo people? They're pushy. They don't want to do business. They call us backwards. They are cannibals. And so kill them. Yeah? Okay, now, if there was a plan to rid of the north of all Igbos, well, Harrison said it has succeeded. More than 1 million Igbos living in the north and in many other parts of the Federation have re-entered and retreated to the sanctuary of the eastern region. So remember the word, the sanctuary. So eastern region, which later became Biafra, was as a result of all these killings. People retreated into what we call the sanctuary, into their homelands, into their villages, to their hamlets, where their extended families absorbed them. So if you want to talk about Biafra, you cannot but mention this. Yeah, it was a retreat into a sanctuary where you at least, you're not going to be killed the next minute. Okay? There's nowhere else that was safe for you. Okay. Now, in the East, it is widely believed that the pogrom had religious overtones because the Igbos, of course, are Christians. But of the 32 northern soldiers now in detention, so actually they arrested some of the northern soldiers in detention. They have roads in killing. Most of them, they said, were southern half of the region, in other words, the mid-belt, where missionary education was permitted to penetrate. Remember I told you missionary education was not allowed to go into the north because they said we want to rule indirectly. Therefore, we maintain the Muslim way of doing things. Therefore, book is haram. Hence, you have Boko Haram. So therefore, if you learned anything about how you read and write and so on to do the modernity things, it was said to be haram. You're not allowed. So, but in the middle belt, missionary managed to get up there. And therefore, you have people like Gowan, whose father was a priest, and he was able to read and write, and therefore was anyway, and people like him. Now, 11 of those who were captured, the rioters, they said 11 of them were Catholic, and 10 of them were Protestants, and then 10 were Muslim. So these are the group of soldiers who did the killing. Now, with the Igbos departed, many predicted their north economy would then be paralyzed. So what happened when the Igbos left the north? All this, they had their privileged jobs and so on. Now, this is the situation. The breakdown may yet come, yeah? Because efficiency has certainly fallen off. So what are the actual Easterners doing in North? Well, there are some doubts that 50 million groundnut crops can be shipped to Lagos for export. There's some doubt about the economy. Now, but the train, now this is what the sort of thing I'm telling you the Igbos have been doing. The trains are gradually beginning to run again. When the Igbos left, the trains wasn't running. So they had to get European engineers, okay, to help run the trains. Before that, they didn't need foreigners to run the trains. Unless you see Easterners are foreigners, of course. Now, and the Northern launched 2-month program to train Northern clerks, accountants, adding machine operators. They now have to recruit their own people, force them to learn to do all those things which the Igbos were doing. The telephone still worked, and the mail gets through. Although a letter posted from Lagos may take a week to arrive in Kanu. Let me repeat that. When the Igbos left, the letter you post from Lagos would take you 1 week to arrive in Kanu. It used to take 2 days. So that is the type of efficiency the Easterners were providing to the Nigerian economy. 2 days from Lagos to Kanu, your letter will be in your hand. Okay? When they left, it took a week. So Nigeria went backwards when it comes to running its commerce. Okay, now for too long, says Aminu Kanu, Kanu, one of the politicians, said, for too long, we've been letting outsiders do things for us while we sat back relishing our traditions. Now, he says, now we will have only ourselves to blame for not advancing into the 20th century. But we must do it ourselves. So he recognized that there was some issue between them not being in touch with modernity. They now have to wake up and start doing things which the so-called Nyamaris were doing for them. Okay, so I've parked that one side. So that is the background which I'm trying to bring to you to appreciate what has happened when the Igbos left the northern part of Nigeria at the time, between, October to December. So there's an issue before Biafra is launched, what was happening to Nigeria. So in the north, they have emptied the north of Igbos. Okay, in the west, although some stay behind, the majority of them are run back to the east, to this sanctuary we're going to call Biafra. Now, so the same reporter, Garrison, okay, Lloyd Garrison, for New York Times, what did he do? He went to Enugu, the receiving end, where the Igbos are run to, went to know what was happening on that side. He said, after over 1 million Easterners from the north poured into Enugu, this is a report, on the 9th of December 1966. So now, he says, there's an estimated massacre of Igbos in the north, in Kanu, for example, and other parts of Nigeria. New York Times correspondent Lloyd Garrison visited
all right,
Enugu.
Mazi, I need to ask you some questions. As you know, I have to interrupt you now and then. It might look a bit rude, but we have to do that. Listen, Mazi, I am so I don't know how to describe it, because I'm busy listening to you, knowing as a person who was born after the war, this whole thing for me is a nightmare. Now tell me, what is it about our people that we will wait for the last minute till when the knife is on our neck, we will not run for our life? And it is not just then. Even today, we know that we have millions of our people in the north. And if anything has to happen today, it will be back again to history. Please go ahead.
Okay, to answer that one, you have to also understand the background to how Nigeria was in the 60s. Remember, we've been killed in 1945 in Jos. We've been killed in 1953 in Kanu. Okay? Now, this is 66. The strange thing about 66 was the primordial hatred was now unleashed. Is this deep-seated hatred was now industrialized and fanned. The emirs was at it. The soldiers were joining in. The civilians were joining. You can't call it a riot anymore. In fact, it was planned to empty the north of anyone from the east. So that is this now an industrial scale killing. Now, in May, when the first riot was taking place, Major General Aguirre, who's supposed to be an Igbo person, was the one head of government in Nigeria. You agree with that? So he was able to stamp out the May 66 rioting. They actually physically sent troops to go and quell it, and restore peace and order. Ojukwu told those people who managed to escape, it's okay, you can all go back now. There'll be no more killing. This is the last bloodshed we're going to have, so that we will, there'll be peace. His friend, Emir, Bayero Emir, who he made the chancellor of, University of Nigeria and Nsukka, much to the consternation of Nnamdi Azikiwe. Nnamdi Azikiwe helped to form the university. Okay, Ojukwu made a northern emir a chancellor. Okay, at the heat of the 66 when he became the governor. So now this friend of his reassured him that there'd be no more killing. Okay, so people, particularly from Newi, then went back because they listened to Ojukwu. They went back to the north. Then what happened? They got killed again. Okay? Now, you can blame them for why did they leave at the last minute? They were reassured in the May. Okay? So, now, because they were reassured in May, they were able to go back. Now, what then happened was there's a chain of events, which one thing, when they then killed Agi Urensi, and this one is the coup, which Gowon became the head of, Muritala Muhammad and his gang, they killed Agi Urensi and started killing all the Igbo officers. So there was no more support to prevent any further killings. So the people living in the north, they have to literally make their way home. Okay? You'll say, why don't they do it then? But because the coup was aborted, the eastern part, this was a coup which was supposed to take over the whole Nigeria, but the eastern part, Ojukwu was still in charge. He heard there was going to be a coup. He ran into the police station where he stayed, and he was guarded. So they did not get at him. They didn't get him to replace him. You remember the Enugu garrison was run by the northern soldiers. Benjamin Adekunle was actually in charge there at the time. So they could have killed Ojukwu, but the coup didn't work. So at that stage then, Ojukwu became the only person who could ask people and protect them. He couldn't protect his people because he can't tell them, stay in the north. Don't come back to the east or whatever. So he says, if you can cross this line, if you can come over to the eastern region by whatever means, then you are safe. Going back to this concept of sanctuary. So when they were told to return, every nook and cranny, anyone who can write, say, if you have a relative in the north, you were told, come home. That was one singular information. Come home was the message, and Igbos, they poured home. Okay, so I would agree with you. At the moment in time, we tend to leave things too late, but at the 66 killings, they had no choice. That's why they came home in droves. Okay, so we have to perhaps differentiate that. Now, dial that forward. I believe in the 80s or so, 90s, they were trying to kill the Igbos again, right? So Juku said, look, this time round, we're not running. We're not going to go anywhere. I've forgotten what declaration is. Is it the Kanu, Kaduna, or whatever declaration is called? They say, if they kill enough, kill them back. Yeah, so he warned the Kanu Emir. When you start killing the Igbos, remember, when this time finishes, there'll be nothing left in Kanu. So that's how they backed off. Okay? So they decided, we're not running anymore. We're going to stay there and die and fight with them. So there's a change in the scene. For those who feel that, we can just go and kill the Igbos anyhow you like.
All right,
I give it an instant.
All right, not interrupting again, but I need to come in here. Now, would it be right if I say that the reason why our people don't want to leave the north, even till today, is because of business interest and wrong investment they made in the wrong place?
Okay, I will answer that. First of all, there's also, in addition to what you said, there's this concept that they have built a house, they have a hotel, and so on. So if you join the Biafran struggle, we're going to lose those hotels, we're going to lose those houses.
There we go.
It's an erroneous understanding, because as of now, this very minute, your house, your business, whatever it is you build in North cannot be guaranteed. The only thing that guarantees it is that you have a Biafra as a country, so that if anything happens to you, you be a foreign indigent, they have to compensate you for what you have. At the moment, they feel that, well, we're not going to join this Biafra train because if we do, we lose our investment. It's a wrong thing. Is a wrong thinking. And the second part to that question is, why did they not invest in Biafra land? Because there's nothing there. You don't have the roads. Go to the north and see what the roads are like. You don't have the trains. How many trains do you have in the Biafra land? You have the infrastructure. It's not there, and it's deliberately so. so that you're forcing them to invest outside Nigeria. So if you change that scenario whereby you equip the East, there'll be no need for them to go and live there and stick their neck out, because they know if you have a beauty contest and a stage in the north, and somebody said, we don't like what's happening, they kill the Igbos. If there's a lunar eclipse somewhere, they turn around and kill the Igbos. If there's a Denmark cartoonist drawing it by Muhammad, they turn around and kill the Igbos. So I'm afraid the scenario continues until our people understand that they once upon a time, the killing stopped. Not only when they killed all the Igbos in the north, also when they had a place called Biafra, you have to come and defend and fight your way through every village. And in the end of that fighting, they say no victor, no vanquish. Because unless you have a place you can call your home, you're carrying going to be killed like a stray dog, I'm afraid to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please continue uninterruptedly. I think we still have almost half an hour to go again. Take it up.
So the theme I was developing then was the fact that we have now been to the north, we've been kicked out. The report from the garrison, from these garrison guys, this is the background in the north. Things are not running as efficiently as they think they're good at. Yeah? Because the Igbos are providing some important services. The English or the British who appointed them to those posts before independence was because they are the ones who can read and write, who can do the job properly. Okay, the British will not say to you, oh, because you're from a tribe 7, therefore I'm going to appoint you. They say you are from tribe whatever, you can do the job, I appoint you. So that's one thing that was not made known to those in the north. So they saw those who came from outside as privileged pariahs, as I keep using the term the sociologists use. So I'll now tell you what happened at Enugu. So they are poured into Enugu as the capital for other parts of the eastern region. So this garrison went there to report the events. Now, this is what happened. So he got to a place where they called, where they were settling the refugees. So here is a snippet of what happened. Somebody was lining up and they said, what is your name, sir, please? They asked the man behind a desk, without looking up at the applicant standing before him. So people are returned and they went to an office to register the fact that they're refugees. Is there any job for them? So this is an important part of why Biafra came. These are refugees that need to be rehabilitated. There are over 2 million. Remember the Rohingyas scenario, they left where they were and the whole world knew that there was a crisis. Anywhere where you have a flock of people pouring into one part, be it people leaving Syria, people leaving Afghanistan, doesn't matter where they are, when they arrive at the other destination, they become refugees. But when this happened to the Easterners, they poured into the eastern region. And somehow, there was no external help. Even their own government, who's supposed to help them, turned their back. And this is what led to Biafra being established. I'll come back to this theme. So, Garrison therefore visited what was like a center where these people have been processed. Yeah? So, he said, what's your name? So, my name is Sunday Ofokaja. Ofokaja, I'm not sure I pronounced it properly. Ofokaja. Yeah, Ofokaja. So age 41, occupation, certified public accountant. Sign the card here and print your name and address under the signature, said the man, fine, next. So they were being processed, it's not a laughing matter. There are people in the queue, they were being processed. You're an accountant, you're a mechanic, you're this. We have to try and find a job for you now in the eastern region. Okay, so there was people who were destitute. Remember, this is December. Christmas is coming. The school fees haven't been paid. The children, some have escaped, some have, and so on and so forth. Now, so this reporter was reporting the scenario in the eastern region, the crisis of one of the towns. Said it was such an abrupt ritual that the accountant had no time to say more, to pour out his desperation, to tell how the he lost everything in Kanu. His job at the bank, his car, his TV set, and say that this was, and then say all he had was his lucky escape with his life. Without a word, this Sunday guy turned and left, passing a long line of refugees that stretched along the corridor down the steps of the Eastern Region Refugee Commission headquarters here in Enugu, which is the region capital. The accountant was one of slightly more than 1 million Easterners, most of them Igbos, who fled to their Eastern region homeland after the September massacre of Easterners living in Northern region. The commission here is well staffed and is working overtime to settle the refugees. But it is an awesome undertaking. So far, the Eastern Region government has earmarked £2.8 million equivalent for rehabilitation. Meaning, it's okay. They said $2.8 million because they're writing in the American newspaper, New York Times. They say that's the equivalent of $2.8 million for the rehab. And then the federal government in Lagos is supposed to contribute $980,000. Now, nearly half of this total is going to pay the salaries of hundreds of civil servants who retreated here from all parts of the Federation and who had been absorbed by putting them on the regional government payroll. So the scenario was you worked for the government, but you are now left Kanu, you left Kaduna, you run away, and no one is paying your salary. So you have to be absorbed by the Eastern Region government. Okay, bear that in mind. I'll visit this later. Now, the bulk of the rest of the money, which is more than 600,000, is being invested in new farm cooperatives to increase the food production and provide new job opportunities. But we are already encountering some difficulty with all the farm schemes and so on. So I will spare you reading the whole story if you get a chance to study it. What it is that the government was trying its best to rehabilitate these people who have then left in a hurry their television, their cars, their jobs not being paid, and so on. Someone had to somehow carry this burden. In the tradition, be an African tradition, an Igbo tradition, someone comes from somewhere. So you have to rely on your extended family to support you. If it wasn't for the extended family system, it would have been impossible to reabsorb 2 million people, which is 17% of the population at the time in the Eastern region. Okay? So that was the background then when all the killings was going on in the north, and we now have Eastern region as a sanctuary. Okay, if I just use that term for now. We're now talking December. So what was going on? Well, I tell you, there was a song, okay, because every single village or town that you go to, if your relative didn't come back from Lagos or from Kanu, from Zaria, from Kaduna, from Maiduguri, from Sokoto, you have a story to tell. I said last time, some people were cut in pieces that they weren't even, culturally allowed to be buried in their own compound. So the scenario in the Eastern region in the December of 1966 was very, very grim indeed. And artists, those musicians, they always sing about what they're seeing in front of them. So there's a song by Rex Lawson that goes something like this. Onwuzuruwa, yeah? Onwuzuruwe. Let me just force myself to sing it. Onwuzuruwe. Mashingi arawanne. Ashingi arawanne. Onariba. He played it over and over and over again. It was the mood, it's a somber music. Everybody heard it. And he was just playing it over and over because Onwuzuruwa means there's death everywhere. There's nowhere on the planet where you don't have any death. So it's like a balm to try and cushion the impact, the people, the suffering, just to dampen them down. Okay? But, human beings, we're not satisfied. The Igbos, on the other hand, the people who were in the Eastern region, they felt they needed the vengeance. It's like when you send the Abriba warriors to go across the north and kill as many northerners as possible. Yeah. So there were some areas where indeed the Northerners were attacked, but the Ojukwu said, "You mustn't do this. No way. He wasn't going to have it." So you needed some strong leadership at that time. Otherwise, you would have internal killings everywhere. So Ojukwu forced them to remain calm. And in fact, he went and rounded the Northerners and spoke to them in the Hausa language, asked them to pack their things, and they would be escorted. Can you believe that? They had the soldiers, the army, to escort them out to the east. Some took the flight, some were taken across to the Niger border, they went to go via Lagos area. So they were escorted out of the east by the, if you like, the forces in the east, so that they would be immune or protected from what the general public were seeing. Okay, so it took strong leadership to be able to dampen the anger that was welling in the eastern region. Okay, so this was around December. Okay, so this is before Ojukwu then had to go to Aburi, because at this stage we say we've been chased out of Nigeria. Okay, one who is rejected by others cannot reject himself. It's time for us to go. We're going to lose a lot, but it's time for us to go. And this is what Ojukwu has to tell them. He has to provide strong leadership. We're talking a 32, 33-year-old man as the head of state. Can you imagine? Okay? He said, of all the things that we suffered, this is a quote I got from 1966. Indeed, he said, we are braced to face and encounter the challenge of the future. We believe that the tomorrow we face, or the battle for survival, will not be won by bullets or savagery, but by brain power, modern skills, and the determination to live and succeed. We also believe that out of the carnage and wrecks of the past will emerge a new breed of men and women who are resolute, powerful, and prosperous. That's Lieutenant Colonel C. Odumegwu Ojukwu, 1966. Biafra hasn't been declared, but he has to calm his people. He has to tame them. He has to tell them, let's look not for revenge, but to build a new country, build a new path to survive as a people. Okay? That is what we mean by strong leadership. And he had a class, 1966, class 1970, to thank for. They were really, really up for it. Okay. Sorry, you were going to say something?
No, not at all. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, so what I said, therefore, we needed strong leadership. At that time, otherwise Nigeria would just flare up. Everybody just go take the knife and go to the north and start killing for what has happened to their own people. So he managed to contain it. As you know, Ojukwu, when he came back from exile, he was called Eze Bulubulu Igbo. Is that right? Eze Ndibo Bulubulu. And he says, Onu Nekuru Oramma. Now is the mouthpiece for his people. So he stepped in the gap. We've never seen such a leader. He came in to dampen the pain of his people. And then he was told that we should, why are we still in Nigeria? He took one extra step called the Aburi. Yeah? He has to go that extra mile. And this is very important. As I said last time, the killing started in May. It was in May the year after, 1 year before Biafra was declared. Biafra, as you've been to understand now, is like a sanctuary. We can't go back to Nigeria to kill us. If we stay here, well, we have to build a new system. But we built Nigeria. But we have to now build. Remember the trains? Remember the newspaper? Remember the post office running efficiently from Lagos to Kaduna or to Kanu in 2 days. When we left, it take off to 1 week, if at all it gets there. Okay? So the efficiency with which Nigeria was run, thanks to those people, has now been kicked out. And nobody cared. Right. Now, so that's against the background to which we are now going to find a solution to all these killings. And that is why Aburi was called. Why Aburi? Well, Aburi was because the last time they had a conference when Gowon became the head of state, or they took over the government, there was a conference going on, and while the conference was going on, the killing resumed in the north. So Gowon wasn't actually stopping anybody being killed. And in the end, he got exasperated. He said, "For God's sake, the killing has to stop. Enough bloodshed. Enough." So, but from July, August, September, October, no, people were being killed. He did nothing as the head of state. Okay, so he made fancy speeches. God has made it possible for the Northerners to become the head of state again. Da 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 da. He wasn't really doing anything to stem the bloodshed. But so. We got to December. We now got to find a solution to all this goings on. So that is why Aburi was an important meeting. The Aburi meeting, I bring the British in a bit. The Brits were looking for where we're going to have this conference. If Ojukwu went back to Lagos, they'll arrest him. They'll kill him. If he went to the north, he'll not be safe to come back. So he says there's nowhere in Nigeria where we can sit down and have this meeting. That's how bad things were. And of course, Nigerians had to come back and say, well, we can't trust that Gowon will come to the east and be safe either, which may well be true. So they cannot have the meeting about the future security of the country within the same country. So that's how bad things were. The British stepped in. Oh, why don't we have this meeting at the British warship parked outside the shores of Nigeria in Lagos? So, any scholars, history scholars here? Why that would not be a good idea? British government was offering them to have this conference in a British warship off the coast of Nigeria. And of course, Ojukwu did history in Oxford. I think you will have come across the history of Jaja of Opobo. Jaja of Opobo, as you all know, was trading independently and competing with the British under Victorian rule. So they said, let's have a conference in our boat parked outside Opobo. So he by the way, when he comes, don't bring your army. It's okay. So he turned up for this gentleman's meeting. They kidnapped him, extraordinary renditioned him to West Indian Island, and on his way back he died. So you could remember the history. So you can't go and have a meeting in the British boat. So he has got an antecedent to follow. So therefore he said, no, I'm not going to a British warship to discuss what's happening. So this is where the Ghanaians stepped in. General Ankara, who took over from Nkrumah, decided, let's have this meeting in Ghana, a neutral ground. Ojukwu flies straight to Ghana, and the Nigerian delegate would go to Ghana, and they will meet at the conference place. So, 4th and 5th of January 1967. So we survived 66 with a lot of wound for the people of the Eastern region. We now need to find a solution. So they went to Aburi on 4th January and 5th of January to discuss how are we going to live together, okay, in one country. What is the way forward? So they met in Aburi. I'll say to you, after the war, Gowon said, there are no victors, no vanquished. Is that not so? And we have 3 R's. Yeah? Reconstruction, reconciliation, and rehabilitation. Yeah? Great. Okay. All sounds very good, but if you study it, there are 2 cons in that 3 R's. Anyway, we'll come back to that. The Aburi Accord had actually 6 R's, what I call 6 R's. After the war, you have 3 R's. What I'll say to you, if we have carried out the Aburi Accord, the 6 R's, there'll be no need for the 3 R's, which was a sham anyway. Okay. The first R of the Aburi Accord was the renunciation, okay, of the use of force to settle Nigerian crises. That's the first R. Yeah? We are not going to use military force or any other force to sort out Nigerian internal problem. Renunciation of force was number one. They agreed to that. The second R was reorganization of the army. Why do we need to reorganize the army? Well, we have the Northern Army going around killing people who are not of Eastern origin, and nowhere else is safe in Nigeria. So the army needs to be reorganized. Who army have you got? Is it Northern Army? Is it Nigerian Army? Is it Yoruba Army? Or is it Eastern Army? So the army needs to be reorganized, and they need to stay in their own station, their own regions. Because if you're an army officer of Eastern origin and you go to the north, you may not come back, and vice versa. So the army needs to be reorganized. That's the second R. The third R is what they call the regional autonomy. Yeah, you have to return to the regions, because the whole rioting, they say, UNC brought Decree 34 and tried to force everybody into becoming one country instead of their regions. We want to have our regions. So all the decree, when the military came in 1966, was rescinded, and they returned to regional autonomy. That's R number 3. R number 4, now, I mentioned to you, those people lining up in Enugu, trying to find a means of living again, we call rehabilitation of the Eastern refugees. You need to rehabilitate them. You need to pay their salary. You need to remember this area, this region now needs support from the center. You need to rehabilitate those who have been killed. We aren't even talking compensation yet. Just get them employed. Get their means of livelihood going again. We need to rehabilitate them. Don't wait till you finish killing them in the war and start rehabilitating them. You can do it now. Okay? So that's the 4th R. The 5th R is what they call revenue reallocation for financial secretaries. They were supposed to meet, and the revenue reallocation was to be formalized. Yeah, they're supposed to do revenue reallocation. Okay? So at the moment, Zamfara, we have gold, and we're not bringing it to the center. And the riverine area, we say this oil belongs to us. We want to. So the formula for sharing what you have was discussed in Aburi. That's R number 5. R number 6. Let me explain this one. They wanted the actual recording. This particular peace talk, they wanted it to be handed over to the OAU, Organization of African Unity, what they call Adi Amama, as a guarantee that we have had a chat. This is what we discussed, just in case other countries don't know what happened. So Ojukwu brought this idea. They said, no, we are brothers. No. This is an internal matter. We will deal with it. No, we're not going to go to the OAU and hand over what we discussed. So this R number 6 was not agreed upon. But every other R, 5 out of 6, as I mentioned to you, the renunciation of use of force, the reorganization of the army, the return of regional autonomy, the rehabilitation of Eastern refugees, the revenue allocation, all these were agreed upon. Okay? And something about if you're going to have a decision, it has to have concurrence of all the various regions, because they now have regional commanders. Everything was formularized, and so those are the principles on which Aburi was based on. So Ojukwu didn't get the 6 out of the 6 R's, the one where you report all the findings and deposit it in the OAU. They turned it down. But nevertheless, the whole conference was recorded in a gramophone long play LP, so that it is possible to play it, so nobody will say, this is not what we said. And at the end, they all have to read the transcript, and they all have to sign it in front of General Ankara. General Ankara read it and said, anyone want to amend anything? They said no. And they signed it. And if you look at the pictures, Ojukwu and Gowon was eating from the same plate, a bowl of rice, if I recall, and some meat in it. None of them was using a long spoon, okay? They were eating as brothers. Everybody agreed. The Aburi Accord was very, very successful. So on the 5th of January they all left Ghana. Everybody breathed a huge sigh of relief. Whew, we can carry on again as a family. Then the problem started. The problem started because when Gowon got back, the permanent secretary said, did you know what he signed? Do you know you signed away Nigeria? Really? We're going to be a confederacy. What's that? Well, Ojukwu have confused you people. You know, he went to Oxford. Very, very sad. And maybe I'm over dramatizing this. This is very serious. The highest authority in the country went and had a conference. They signed a form, which they should abide by, and then one side decided not to agree with it any longer. This is where Nigeria was destroyed. Okay? So not only were the Easterners kicked out of the Federation, they tried to come back in a way that will accommodate everybody. Okay? And this was turned down. Gowon, instead of announcing, this is what we have done, this is announcing to the nation, this is what we agreed at Aburi, this is what we're supposed to do, he decided, maybe I gave away so much. So what exactly did you give away? Yeah? What did you give away? Yeah? Did you give away the fact that renunciation of force as a way of solving the problem is not a good idea? Is that what you gave away? What about reorganizing of the army? What have we got now? We got Boko Haram in the army. Yeah? So-called repentant Boko Haram in the army. The Nigerian army, who are they protecting? The army is not reorganized. If it was reorganized in 66 or 67, we wouldn't have this mess. We'd have an army which is neutral and able to respond to any threat to the nation. What about regional autonomy? Well, that's what we are vying for now. Everybody wants to have their own autonomy. If this region wants to do this region, that is what is happening now. How about rehabilitation of refugees? You now have, because you didn't do this to the Eastern refugees, you now have internally displaced refugees in the north, more than, I dare say, than they had in the Eastern region before the war started. So failure to rehabilitate the Eastern refugees have left you with more internally displaced human beings in the Nigerian than they had. So another failure. Okay? Revenue allocation. Well, Zamfara will discover gold and will not bring it to the center. And those who have oil bring it to the center. And how long when this run out? Nobody wants to contribute. Everyone wants to take from the center and not allocate accordingly. Okay? So, there are issues then as a result of the failure to carry out the 5 R's on Aburi Accord. You ended up with a war, okay? Because renunciation of the use of force was abandoned, and you used force to force people back in to the country. So, that's a failure number 1. Because of that, renunciation of force was not applied. Officers and gentlemen, you ended up asking for 3 R's. You ended up having to reconstruct areas where you destroyed in your 3 R's. You have to reconcile with the enemy. Yeah, your brothers and sisters supposed to have been in the same country. You need to reconcile them. And then you have to do rehabilitation. We should have used the fund to rehabilitate those refugees in the first place. But the rehabilitation, which you did after the war, was a joke, because rehabilitation started, reconstruction started in First Town in Lagos. You built a brand new stadium, and then it carried on. It's not coming to the east. You moved it to build a brand new capital in Abuja. So the area where you had the war, you just ignored it. So there's a lot to learn from Nigerian history about what happened at Aburi. And they're still thinking about it. The failure to implement Aburi is what led very, very rapidly to the nosedive
Mazi,
that created Biafra.
All right,
This is where we headed in the first place. So January came,
Mazi, can you hear
everybody,
me?
Ojukwu got back and celebrated. Aburi was a success because you remember he was being told, don't go because there's nothing to, we can't trust these people any longer. You told us to go back when they killed us in May. They didn't, they carried on killing us. Now Aburi, you brought Aburi. What do you think will happen if Aburi is jettisoned? Do you think Ojukwu will ever be trusted again? Okay? So,
all right,
Aburi,
Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to give you a 5 minutes break, and we will take a break this side. I mean, you've been talking for more than an hour, and that's not an easy, it's an act. So I want you to get some water, and we will come back in the next 5 minutes, and then, of course, you will start wrapping up. I feel like you can talk the whole day today. That's the mood I am in. But I'm willing to give you even another 15 more minutes. But let's take a 5 minutes break, and we'll be back. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, we will take a quick break and we will be back. We are talking Biafran History 101, Part 4. And with me, of course, is Dr. Okachi Lewis, all the way from the United Kingdom, telling us our history. Bob Marley said, if you don't know your history, then you're lost. You will not know where you're coming from. And also an Igbo adage says, and I quote, and this is constructive argument with Mazi Kechukwonoha on Radio Biafra. This is constructive argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Ikechukwonoha. Bring your argument and we've got the solution. Constructive argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered. This is constructive argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Ikechukwonoha. Bring your argument and we've got the solution. Constructive argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered. Now, this is a live program for those of you who might think it's a recorded. It is live, it is direct. I've got my pen, my paper ready, and I'm learning, and I hope you are. Let's go back to Dr. Louis Okachi. Mazi, can you hear me? If you can, please take it away, and I will give you 15 more minutes to the top of the hour, and we will call it a day. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, and the whole world is listening. Let's do this.
Okay, so we just quickly remind ourselves, we just talked about Ojukwu going to Aburi as a last resort, and his people are waiting with bated breath to see whether that will help them survive the killings they endured. So Aburi was hailed by those who were there, including by the Ghana head of state, as a success. It was done behind closed doors without any outside interference. But when they got back, those who were supposed to take the decision as the Supreme Military Council, who were the highest authority in the land, somehow decided to backtrack. They said, what we signed is not really in the best interest of the nation. I'm not sure which of those R's they want to change. So January came, Ojukwu announced that on Aburi we stand. Aburi is something his people hope will allow them to have some catch their breath from all the killing. But even then, remember what I said, he told them in May to go back, everything will be okay, they got killed. Some who stayed got killed, so there's nowhere safe. They went to Aburi as a last resort. Now, instead of implementing Aburi Accord, they're now dragging their feet. They're going back. So January came, the 4th and 5th, after the conference, nothing was implemented. They said leaking some of the information from Aburi, which wasn't accurate. The Juku had to counter it by releasing the gramophone play of what the conference was. And of course, if you're trying to fool the Igbo people, you just ask to hear what one person have said. They want to hear the other side. So they have listened to the Aburi Accord on the long gramophone play, and they printed a shirt on Aburi We Stand. Yeah, that's really it. The Duke was made a stand on Aburi We Stand. So they printed a T-shirt on Aburi We Stand. So that started selling like hotcake. But what was happening is, as January rolled into February, there was a suspicion that Gowon was not going to carry out the implementation of Aburi. It's really a kick in the teeth. So there was, if you like, it's always good to look at outsiders' recording, not Eastern region or a Biafran person, an Igbo person. New York Times stepped in on the March 8th, 1967. They reported that Ojukwu has addressed the press meeting, about the increasing difficulty the Eastern region was having with Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, who was the federal government. Referring to the differences, he said, Ojukwu said, I cannot see us bridging seeing them bridged, the differences between the Lagos government and the Eastern government, because they're not implementing what we said. Okay, it's now 2 months. Remember, it happened in January. 2 months since the Aburi Accord, the government therefore moved, concerned about the deteriorating situation. So it was the Ghanaian government was now really getting concerned. So what was happening was that after that meeting, and implementation was not going on, so Ojukwu started stating that, look, if you're not going to carry out all that we have said, okay, it is going to be necessary for us to take alternate measures to safeguard the security and safety of our people. So when he said something like that, it became like a warning shot to Gowon. So Gowon was saying, hang on, we're going to resist any invasion. We're going to resist any secession. But no one is threatening secession. Ojukwu was saying to him, we have a problem. The people who have run away from the north, from other parts, need to be rehabilitated. You're not doing anything about it. And it's part and parcel of the agreement. So they say, well, East, if the East secede, this and that and that. So you could say the East is not going to secede, but we'll see if attacked, of course, we will defend ourselves. These are the conditions for East seceding. East will secede if there's a blockade, okay, and if physically attacked, we have every right to defend ourselves. So that is what was happening now. We're heading to tension between the Nigerian Lagos government and the Eastern region government. And I explained to you what that means. Ojukwu said in February that if by the end of March 31st, the Gowon has not started paying some money towards the rehabilitation of all these people and implement the Aburi Accord, then he, Ojukwu, will have to do something to secure his people. Okay? So, they announced that on the 31st of March, there's something called Survival Edict. Survival Edict is an important thing to understand. It means that every tax collected in the Eastern region, right, instead of paying it to Lagos, you now paid that tax to the Eastern Nigerian government, which are going to use to pay for rehabilitating people where you have extra places in schools, extra hospital requirement, all the infrastructure you need to do for the 2 million are poured into that part of the country. So it's a 6-page edict directing all federal tax collectors in the East to pay the revenues direct to the Eastern region. Gowon went berserk. So you can't do that. He blockaded the Eastern region. He sent a gunboat to blockade them so they can't transmit anything outside. They can't trade with anybody. So Ojukwu said, hang on, there are two ways of killing somebody. If you shoot at them, I forgot the exact quote. So if you shoot somebody, you'll be accused of murder, yes? Also, if you strangle them, you'll also be accused of murder, yes? So it says the East will secede if attacked. A physical attack, which is or an economic blockade. He said, we all know when you pick up a pistol and shoot a man, it is called murder. And equally so when you strangle him. So what Ojukwu is saying is that if you're going to strangle our trade, so that we can't trade, then we're not going to be able to survive as an entity. And I can tell you for free, before the war started, commodities like salt immediately start becoming expensive. So we're already on economic blockade before the war started. People don't know this. So Nigeria imposed a blockade in the East because Ojukwu was saying, I'm going to collect the tax in the East. I'm not going to send it to Lagos because they're not using it to help rehabilitate these people who are desperately in need of rehabilitation. So the whole thing was, it was spreading in the media. So much so, there's something called the liaison officer in international post. Every region in those days, be it North, Midwest, West, and East, you had a representative office in Washington, in America, in London. In other words, it's like your own mini embassy. So the Biafran or the Eastern region's liaison officer had to take an advert on the newspaper in the New York Times to explain the Eastern side of what was happening. Because the Americans were now accusing the Eastern region, oh, you're about to secede. You're about to secede. What is going on here? So I read you the letter in the New York Times from someone who is the liaison officer.
All right, Mazi, we need to start wrapping it up. Our time is up, and of course, next week we start the part 5. Please go ahead and round up. Thank you very much.
So this letter will help us to understand the East's position before Biafra was declared. He wrote a letter. So in a letter to the editor of the New York Times, the Eastern Region Nigeria Liaison Officer, Mr. Oji, explained his position. This is the summary of where we are before Biafra was declared. He said, Eastern Nigeria appreciates your concern over the crisis in our country. To eliminate possible misunderstanding, however, may I comment on 2 points. Your March 11th editorial referred to me as an Eastern Nigerian who represents himself as liaison officer in the United States for Ojukwu's regime. So they already started calling him a regime. I am not here for self-appointment. For 4 years, I served as consul, commercial, for the Nigerian Consul General in New York. As a Nigerian of Eastern origin, I was recently forced out of that position. He's already been kicked out as a Nigerian. Okay? Now he's representing the Eastern region. The Eastern region therefore gave me a current post. Each of the 4 regions in Nigeria had the privilege of representing abroad or promote trade and investment. Eastern Nigeria has had a representative in New York and London intermittently during the last few years. This is no different in the recent opening in New York. My office is properly registered. It is free world. We are entitled to provide information of concern and interest to the American people to make known our point of view. Here we go. A picture captioned March 10th said that Colonel Ojukwu, the military governor of Eastern Nigeria, is leading a secessionist movement. Colonel Ojukwu is not leading a secessionist movement. He is attempting to lead the people of this region out of an untenable position forced on them by northern-dominated federal government. Some 30,000 Nigerians of Eastern origin were killed in the north during 1966. Some 2 million Eastern Nigerians were forced to flee other sections of the country and seek safety and protection in their home region. There is little understanding of the awesome burden placed on the eastern region to provide housing, jobs, security for these people, whose presence has expanded the population by 17%. And there is little understanding of the indifference of the federal government to their problem. The situation demands a reallocation of revenues between the regions and the federal government. Accordingly, Colonel Ojukwu and his government of the region met in Aburi, Ghana in January, negotiated agreement which, among other things, provide for a study of revenue to reallocation of the finance secretaries of the region and the federal government. The Eastern region has been calling for such meeting of the finance secretaries, but the federal government have not acted. Only the implementation of the Aburi Agreement can save the Nigerian Federation. This is the fight Colonel Ojukwu is leading, not a secessionist movement. So that was the, if you like, the situation where we are at the moment. Because of the reneging of the signing at Aburi, Nigeria faced a situation where the East had to decide what to do next. Okay? So the next time we talk about it is the Declaration of Biafra. I think I've been able to lay bare where we started and how we got to where we are. So whereby Colonel Ojukwu at that time, then and Gowon were not singing from the same hymn sheet any longer. They were no longer compatible because Ojukwu was saying one thing, Gowon was insisting on certain things being done. And as a result, Ojukwu was going to ask the representative of Eastern Nigeria to tell him what to do. So they called the chiefs and elders, 300 of them turned up, and they voted with their feet that we have been kicked out of Nigeria. Let's go it alone and declare Biafra. So he got the mandate, and Biafra was declared. Nigeria invaded on the 6th of July 1967, and you have Biafra, Nigeria war. Thank you very much for listening.
Stunning. Awesome. All right. Next week, Friday, if God permits, and of course, if your time permits, we're looking at part 5. So what should we be expecting, Biafran History part 5?
I will think about it. It will be the declaration of Biafra.
Absolutely. All right.
And why Biafra was declared. I've given you all it's purely for security. It's a safe haven from all the killings. And then, but we haven't declared that you then have to defend your right. And that's what happened. And from there, we lead to humanitarian crises that made Biafra a conscience of the world.
Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate your time once again. And of course, if God's saving us and sparing us, we're looking forward to part 5 next week. Thank you, and God bless.
Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
All right. That was Dr. Justice Okachi Lois, of course, giving us History 101, Biafran History Part 4, and we are looking for Part 5. This is going to be an archive because our children must know. They must learn. He was talking about Kanjidan. Can you believe when I was in primary school, they were shoving down this Kanjidan in my mouth, telling me about Kanjidan. I have no clue what the hell is Kanji. And today, there we go. But nobody was telling me about Aburi. Nobody was telling me about the killings in Kanu Airport. Nobody was telling me everything about us. But today, it has been laid bare in the open, and we know who we are. And of course, we must restore Biafra. All right, that has been Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Chukwu. Of course, led and read by Dr. Justice Okachi Lois. This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Chukwu. Bring your argument, and we've got the solution. Constructive Argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered. All right, thank you very much, great Biafrans. And of course, this is where we are going to leave it tonight. It has been indeed an intriguing one. It has been a beautiful one indeed. And I thank our brother, Dr. Justice, for giving us this in-depth history. My goodness me, I've never heard it this good before. And of course, we are going to leave it here, and if God's sparing us next week, we will be back again. And of course, I want to close with this. Wherever you see Oji, Alhaji, Ojo Zokalo, and his co-conspirators, treat them as a non-grata in Biafra land. They have been officially declared an enemy of Biafran people. So you know what to do. Do the needful. All right, goodbye, and may God bless Biafra. From me, from here, it is goodbye. Constructive argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi.